Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our live coverage here from Manatee County for the Grassroots by Grassroots debates. I'm Camden Bettinghouse. I'm your anchor today. We're going to be covering all three of the big debates going on today. We got congressional debates, we got Senate debates, and we also have a governor's debate as well. So we're live here today. Feel free to comment in the chat who you think is going to show up, who you want to hear from today. We're going to go get some interviews as well and have all the coverage for you available to hear before this election. We're just 3 weeks away from the primary election. It's coming up quick, and we want to make sure we have as many events covered for you as possible so that you can see who your grassroots candidates are. And that's what today is all about. It's about the grassroots candidates. So we're going to try to get an interview with people like Eddie Spear, maybe people like Chris Gleason. All of the candidates that will be here today, we're going to try to talk to. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with some interviews and coverage for you from CCN Florida. Yeah, District 5, so it's the Lakewood Ranch area. So what spurred you to? Well, I saw what was going on with my generation. All right, Kevin, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live coverage here. We are live from Manatee County with Eddie Spear. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, absolutely. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. You're going to be debating today. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about what you're looking to convey to the voters who may be undecided on this race and may not have a chosen candidate for your district's race yet.
There's a lot, but number one is we need representatives that we can trust. The number one issue I would say is trust. Everything falls underneath that, and so I plan on exposing the corruption of my opponent here, and um, also make sure that everybody understands that we have a game plan to actually kickstart the economy, and it starts with shutting down this reckless spending. So my opponent has already received endorsements from the Speaker of the House, who put us $2 trillion further in debt, and that's approximately $20,000 per household, per taxpaying household. That is a lot of money that people don't realize, but that's what's happening. And so she's already been pre-whipped, if you will. She's been pre-corrupted. That they're planning on her continuing the overall reckless spending that's happening in Congress right now. That's devastating local families. So that the corruption of development, the overdevelopment is a big issue, and AI data centers. So I got a couple surprises here behind you, so I'm excited to share those today.
Looking forward to it. We'll be alive.
Yeah, good.
Well, I'm curious, Sydney, what are your thoughts on that, on his comments? No comment. All right. So that's a segue into this. It looks like you're the only grassroots candidate here for this your district's debate tonight. So,
That's right.
what are your thoughts about your opponents not showing up for the people?
Well, it's not just that, but there was a Bay News 9 had a debate, and no Republicans showed up, so it was just me
You're
with
the only Republican.
the only Republican. And I don't know what they're saying. It's honestly, it's just incredibly disrespectful to the voters, and it's infuriating to presume that this is going to be a selection that we just do what those on high, this ruling elite, tell us what to do. No, I mean that's an insult to everybody's intelligence. And so we need to have debates and have discussions. I believe in the Socratic method. Um, and that's, especially running a school, when we discuss and debate, everybody grows and learns from it,
Yeah.
myself included. So, and honestly, anybody that's involved with the debate, they're going to learn more. They're going to get better and understand the issues better and be better representatives. Just like running, being the largest grassroots candidate, talking to people. So I'm the largest grassroots candidate in Republican grassroots candidate in Florida history.
Wow.
So I've talked to a lot of people, and I understand the issues that is a concern. Then you combine that with a constitutional conservative, and then you've got somebody that can actually represent we the people and has a high level of respect for the voters.
Yeah, it seems like some of these primaries, people are just the establishment candidates are assuming they're just the candidate, like Byron Donalds, not debating anybody, Sydney not showing up to as many events. Why is it so important for you to get out there to see the people and talk to them?
I would say to any events. We'll see if she shows up. There's an event that's scheduled. She might show up to that one, so I hope that she does. Why is it so important? Is your question?
Yeah, because I see you at so many events on the ground, like personally. So why is that so important?
Because we need to understand who we're representing and what the actual issues are. And we need to connect and we need to build back trust and confidence that's been completely eroded and everybody's disenfranchised. So that's a dangerous trend that we've got to turn around. And the only way that we can actually turn that around is by speaking the truth and connecting with people and hearing what they have to say and then acting on it.
Awesome. Thank you. One more question for you. You mentioned AI data centers. We're looking forward to hearing that a little bit about that tonight. But can you give us a little bit of your view on them? Because a lot of voters are wondering. That's one of the biggest questions right now on candidates. What are their stances on these data centers?
Well, understand that I had a data center. I had the predecessor, a rules engine based data center. So I understand this. Before I started my school, I had a company, sold it to Accenture, but I understand this ecosystem, if you will. And the worst thing that you can possibly do for national security. So I just want to take AI data centers and talk about national security because that's been what people say. We got to get ahead of the Chinese.
Right.
We got to get ahead of the Chinese. That's the worst possible thing that you can do. What makes this country great and what makes us exceptional is American ingenuity and getting government out of the way, not consolidating and making a government controlled monopolies, and that's what they're planning on doing with these hyperscale data centers, just controlling, and it ties right into the surveillance state. So I've never seen one issue be so incredibly wrong on every aspect, environmentally, as far as our rights, constitutionally, business wise, and national security. It's wrong on every level. um, and the way they're going about this, I'm not against data centers, I'm not against technology, but what I am against is using it as an excuse to continue the corruption and the surveillance state and the overall spine and growing our federal government. We need to shrink our federal government, not grow it. We need to unlock American ingenuity.
District 16's congressional candidate, Eddie Spear, thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing from you a little bit later, and we'll be right back. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah.
Manatee County. I'm here with a governor candidate. What's your name?
Daniel Nakovich.
Daniel, nice to meet you. What are you looking to convey to the voters today that may not know you or may not know some of the platform issues you stand on, and especially the grassroots people that really need to support these candidates and get out to vote in the primary?
Well, my campaign mission is to return Florida back to the people and the people back to God. And of course, leadership is just an invitation from a leader for others to follow. And if you agree with that, then you follow that leadership, because that's where I'm headed. And my first act as governor would be to invite all of the leaders in the state to come to a place of repentance. I mean, that's everybody, anybody that's in leadership. Let's draw together to God so we can run the state the way it should be run.
Thank you. And there's a lot of candidates in this race for governor. So, how do you separate yourself and differentiate yourself to get your name out there and say to the voters that you are the right one out of all these candidates when there's so many on the ballot?
Well, I look at it, this is an audition. This is an audition, and the voters are the people who are voting to who they want to be in that CEO position. And so if you agree, of course, this is a republic also, if you agree with the person's mission, then you will, I think I stand out in the sense that I feel I have a commission from God to bring repentance to the state of Florida. And if Florida does that, Florida leads the state. I mean, leads the nation right now.
Yeah.
And so whatever Florida does, the nation will follow. And so in that sense, I don't think anybody else has that mandate to bring people to a place. When I say bring, I mean lead people to a place where it's okay to repent and turn back to God.
Where does that mission come from for you? Can you tell us a little bit about your background and your faith?
Sure. That mission came back in 2016 when I started discovering things about the Epstein file and the wickedness that was going on then. And I'm like, there is no way that we can overcome these people because they own all the halls of power. They own all of the militaries in the world. And what are we going to do as a people? Jesus named two powers in the world. One was money, and the other was himself. We don't have that kind of money. So we have an option. Either we acquiesce to them or we turn to God with all of our heart, and then he can take care of them. And that has been something that has been through the beginning of time. If we reject the governance of Christ, then we've rejected his providence, his protection, his peace. And so for me, it started back then. My spiritual background, my dad became a pastor. After being led to Christ out of a life of uh, robbing, stealing, he was a gang member back in the 50s. How you doing? Gave his life to Christ, and he became a pastor. And he wasn't a perfect father by no means, but he didn't have the tools. He started out on a bad leg. But hey, you know what? I love my dad because he said the only thing I can give you is Christ. And so I was asked to run for governor when I was 18 in the state of Michigan.
Really?
Yes. But I went and asked my mom and dad. They said, no, we think you're supposed to go tell the gospel. So I learned the gospel, and on my spare time, that's what I did.
Wow.
But I've done a lot of different things. I was bored with college because college could only tell you where to look. It couldn't teach you. I mean, you were just going on your own, and they were just telling you, okay, this is how this is. But so I started doing research and development on my own ideas and what have you.
Awesome.
But I traveled around the world too.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And that story, thank you for sharing that. That just goes to show how powerful Christ is. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
We'll be right back with more coverage.
Thank you.
To our coverage here from Manatee County. What's your name?
Stephen.
Steven, we're with the 10-day here of this event. What are you looking forward to hear today?
I'm looking forward to hearing the governors to see what they have to hear and how they can do how they can help not doing any more housing development because the housing development is constantly cutting down the woods and hopefully we can prevent the the wildlife services and I'm also here to help sure schools are safe because there's a lot of transgenders going on in schools and making sure no girls are in boys' bathrooms and making sure there are no boys in girls' bathrooms.
Thank you for that. I'm curious to know what's your thoughts right now on this governor's race? There's a lot of candidates on the ballot. Who are you leaning towards, or what are you liking from these candidates so far?
Yeah, I'm liking also make sure that that there's here in Florida that there is no mandates for face mask and making sure people don't get vaccinated and vaccinations every single one of them.
This is a grassroots debate tonight. We're going to be hearing a few different debates. Why do you think it's important to hear from the candidates? Because some candidates are refusing to debate. We've seen Byron Donalds not debating anybody for the governor's race. But why is it important for you as a attendee to hear from these candidates before the election?
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing of how we can make Florida great and making sure that we do have a good governor,
Yeah.
and we can keep Florida safe again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Be right back, guys.
My pleasure.
All right, guys, welcome back again. We're here with another candidate, Mr. Gleason. What are you running for, and why do you want to get this position?
Well, I'm running for United States Senate for Florida, and I want to earn the votes of the people of Florida because we need a fighter in Washington, D.C. We need someone who's willing to stand up when it's hard and who is willing to not be bought by the Chinese Communist Party, foreign interests, or dark money.
And how is your platform going so far, your campaign? What's the biggest issue you've heard from voters and that you want to convey to them tonight?
So the biggest issue for voters is affordability and accountability. And people are very, very upset with what they've been seeing going on. Ashley Moody, my opponent, she has had 8 years as the AG in Florida to affect real change, and she did not. People from coast to coast of Florida and top to bottom all want accountability. People, they want to see arrests. They want to see the president's agenda and implemented. And Ashley Moody is not that person, and I am. And it's very, very important that we secure our elections.
Absolutely.
And ensure that foreign money is not buying our country.
I've heard you speak a little bit about this election integrity. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've uncovered in the past and where we are right now?
Sure. So I'm the original source for all of the Act Blue money laundering, where they use the stolen identities of elderly senior citizens to criminally launder money into political campaigns. And this was as this scheme started with just the Democrats and the Chinese and the labor unions, and now is expanded into the Republican side as well. I've also uncovered a lot of election fraud here in Florida, in Maryland, in Georgia, and more recently, I was in LA investigating the election fraud and mail fraud in the Spencer Pratt LA County mayor race.
Yeah. What'd you uncover there?
Massive vote by mail fraud in California, just like we have here in Florida.
Crazy.
And they're trying to hide the election records. They're trying to hide the postal records. And it's the same scheme that's going on here in Florida.
Wow. So what's the first thing you want to get done if you get elected to the Senate?
Pass the Smurf Act. Because if we can get rid of all of the smurfing, the straw donors, the dark money, the foreign influence who have been buying our selected officials, then if you're cutting off the flow of illicit money, you're going to cut off their power. And as part of the Smurf Act, we also have some real election integrity, paper ballots, hand counted, precinct level, 1-day voting, and a whole lot of other great stuff.
Seems like common sense to me. I like that. All right, one more question for you. We're at a grassroots debate today. Why is it so important that you're out here talking to the voters about, the issues that matter? Because some candidates are not showing up to debates. So why is it important for you to be here?
Well, it's important to be here because candidates need to be informed, and we need to have a well-informed electorate.
Yeah.
And they need to know where the candidates stand. And, I've been told that the other candidates, plural, who aren't showing up today have a lot to hide. And they are not about accountability. They've been bought and paid for with the foreign interests, with the commie cash. And, that's deeply problematic.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here.
Awesome.
To ensure that everybody knows what's really going on.
Awesome. Chris Gleason, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing from you today. See you soon, guys. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome back to our coverage once again. We're here with a governor's candidate, Bobby Williams. Thanks for being here with us today. We're at a grassroots event today.
Yes, sir.
To hear from some of the candidates, including you. What's the number one thing you want to convey to these undecided voters? Because we only have a few weeks left now, and some of the governor's candidates aren't showing up today. So what do you want to say to them, the ones that are?
Well, number one is I truly believe that they're not undecided. I've been getting a lot of phone calls. All these pollsters are calling them and they're leaving me out.
Yeah.
And they're answering Bobby Williams. I can tell you how many phone calls I'm getting to, we want Bobby Williams, we want Bobby Williams. And their answer is, well, we're going to mark you down undecided. So I truly, and it's true. I mean, that's a true statement. That's
Wow.
many, many phone calls. So these people are truly not undecided. They know who they want. They just not wanting to talk about it, give me the recognition, the validation that we really have. I mean, I was just in your area down at Cape Coral last night. And I had a state representative come up to me. She says, man, I've been door knocking here all the way down to Big Cypress. Everybody's Bobby Williams. Phone call from Lake City. Guy, if you seen my clip the other day, the guy said, man, do you got a pipeline in Lake City? And I really don't, but everybody's talking about us. I mean, it's all over the state. I can't tell you how many phone calls and emails that we're getting left and right to support. So it's huge. So it's not really undecided. But no, we show up. We show up to the small towns. We show up everywhere. We're not too big to show up, even for have the mindset that people are underneath us. You know what I'm saying? It's give everybody an opportunity. If I can give myself, God's allowed me to develop a platform to get people hear me. So let everybody else be heard too. I feel like everybody should be on stage. Everybody should give their spiel. Everybody should be able to do it and let the people pick.
Yeah.
Right now, because what's happening is these guys are not getting voted in. They're really getting bought in. You know what I'm saying? They're just using their money and try to elevate themselves and elevate it. They're not giving people what they truly deserve is a true voter log of everybody that's in it.
Yeah, and it seems like some of the candidates think they've already won, like Byron Donalds. What's your response to that, even when the primary hasn't even happened yet?
Well, it's just the arrogance of who he is. I mean, do you think that's going to change? I mean, to me, that should be a huge turnoff for the people. You're so arrogant that you think you've got it. And number one, because you've got money
Yeah.
and Trump endorsement. But even with the Trump endorsement, I see it right now. I mean, it's kind of going down a direction because he pushed AI data centers on us, and he's like, and everybody across the state of Florida don't want them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the heart of the people. I mean, that's my heart. We've been destroyed enough, the state of Florida, and now you got a president saying you got to have AI data centers. So it's the arrogance, and people are tired of that.
Well, Bobby Williams, thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing from you today.
Appreciate you.
Miss Sarah Dunn? What? It's not Sarah today. Is it you? We'll take him. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Duke Farquharson, and I sing the national anthem. Bright sun, sky, all the rest ones were scared, peace, and the
Okay, now, before we begin, let's give a special thanks to Pastor Ralph and his media crew, Hotai, and also Pastor Jan. We would not have this beautiful venue and the production without them. Thank you. Thank you also to our media sponsors, CDM and the Miami Independent, who are live streaming this debate for us. Follow them on X at Miami Independent. And we also appreciate CCN's presence. And of course, the brave candidates who have stepped up to run to make our world a better place. Thank you all. Lastly, please give a big round of applause to the tireless grassroots volunteers from across Florida who put this event together. Not an easy task. But most of all, we give thanks to God, who has been with us every step of the planning of this debate. Thank you, Lord. An event like this doesn't have to cost a fortune paid for by lobbyists and dark money. Our grassroots group produced this debate in less than a month and for under $1,000. Much of that is being given from our own pockets, though. So if you appreciate what we put together for you today, please consider donating to defray some of our costs. You'll find a basket at the table where you checked in. Please keep in mind that because we are not highly paid, experienced debate planners, we may run into a glitch or two. We humbly ask for your patience. And for those watching at home, our first debate begins at 12:15, U.S. House District 16. Next will be the U.S. Senate at 12:30. We'll take a break at 1:30, and at 2 p.m., the governor's debate begins. Because the Florida GOP had seemingly selected our candidates for us before the primary season had barely begun, the grassroots Republicans in our state began demanding debates by primary candidates. So we invited all 11 for governor, all 4 for the U.S. Senate, and all 3 for U.S. House District 16, which is where we're located, right here. Of the 18 invited, 7 declined. We thought you'd like to know why. Let me do a test here. Is my voice better like this, or is it better like this? Up close. Thank you. Because I don't want you to miss a word of what's coming. For the governor debate, Jay Collins was called and emailed numerous times by our volunteers with no response. He told a candidate last week at an event they shared that he never received an invite. So we tried again, and again, no response. We just learned that he posted on Facebook announcing he'd be at a gun show in Tampa today at 11:30. Byron Donalds was contacted several times since early June without response. One of our volunteers even called his mother-in-law directly and left the information with her. She promised to get it to him. Still, no response. James Fishback informed one of our volunteers when asked during a Zoom call that so long as he's in second place, there's no reason for him to debate unless Byron Donalds does. His campaign told a second volunteer of ours that his ongoing lawsuit takes precedence. Senate candidate incumbents Ashley Moody was left several voice and emails at her DC office. We finally received a response last week saying she would be in session today on a Saturday. Seriously? Well, I Googled it and there is no session on Saturdays. Last time, though, that she was in session, she was able to gavel out. U.S. House District 16, Sydney Gruters, was contacted multiple times, as was her assistant Ariel, who told our volunteer that Sydney was considering to come. So she apparently had no conflicting event when first invited. On July 9th, and by the way, this is her district right here where we sit. On July 9th, a different volunteer spoke to Sydney directly at a straw poll event in Clearwater and invited her again. Again, she left it open. Since then, no response. Ed Pope, also here in District 16, was left phone messages on his personal cell phone, no response. I ran into him at the same Clearwater straw poll event where Sydney and Eddie were, showed him, Ed Pope, the debate flyer, and invited him myself. He confirmed. I called him days later to share details, and he reneged, saying he thought he had other plans. This past Thursday, after a final attempt to reach him, he texted our volunteer that he had other commitments. We share this with you for two reasons. One, so you know the effort that was put into trying to get every candidate here for you. And two, because we thought you deserve to know their reasons for not showing up. You won't see Paul Renner here in person. Renner's campaign was contacted back in June, and I was told then he had a previous engagement in the Panhandle that was nearly impossible to reschedule. They did not make excuses or dodge. On July 18, his campaign called apologizing again, this time asking if he could make a special video speaking directly to you. So after the governor's debate and Q&A, we will play that video for you, and he'll be calling in from his Panhandle event to answer a couple of questions from the audience. You will find the candidates' tables outside under a tent. Please go check out their information during our break and after the debate. Please refrain during the debate, though. Please refrain from talking while the debates are going on. You can go outside if you need to have a discussion. We are very lucky today to have Mr. Trevor Loudon here.
Okay, hello.
Who has graciously given his time to be our moderator for the day. Trevor is a world-renowned author, a political activist, and speaker known for his writings on communism, socialism, and U.S. politics. His books are on a table outside next to my books and out there with all the candidates' tables and are available for purchase. Please welcome Trevor Loudon.
Thank you.
And now, Trevor, would you like to say something?
No.
Oh, you're more than welcome to.
No, that's fine.
Okay, we're really scrunched for time, though, I will say, so we have to really stay on schedule here. And now, our first candidate, Mr. Eddie Spear for U.S. House District 16. The first debate of the day would have been with three candidates, obviously. Instead, we'll be asking Eddie Spear the same questions we prepared for all three. Welcome, Eddie. And thanks. Trevor Loudon will start every debate by reading the rules to the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and thanks to everybody for being here today. I'm from New Zealand, so I hope you can understand my southern accent all right. I have trouble with that sometimes. Now, the rules for the House debate on District 16. As the moderator, I will enforce the time limits. I will ask each question, allowing you 1 minute to respond. Microphones may be muted if you overextend your time, and I'm sure you won't do that at all, Eddie. Strict time limits with visual, audio, audible warnings and cutoffs will be administered. So we have some people down here who are going to show cards that give you an indication of how much time you have to go. Your opening statement will be 1 minute. Answers to questions are limited to 1 minute. Your closing statement will be 2 minutes and Q&A of up to 5 minutes more if time allows. You understand all that, Eddie?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's begin. So, your opening statement, please, Eddie.
As you can tell, that sound okay? Are we okay? As you can tell, that I brought a cardboard cutout of Sydney Gruters because you deserve to at least see her. And if I'm going to mock her mercilessly, please understand the reason why I'm doing that. It's not just for a show. It's because it's incredibly disrespectful to you to not show up, to not answer questions. And as soon as there's a tough question that you walk away, that's not okay. So I'm the largest Republican grassroots candidate in Florida history by the number of petitions that have been signed for my candidacy to qualify. There's a clear contrast between candidates here, and I chose this race instead of going into District 14 because it's such a clear choice of the money. Is Florida to be sold to the highest bidder, or is it going to return to we the people?
Right. Okay, the one big beautiful bill originally proposed a 10-year ban on state level AI regulations, artificial intelligence, which Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene opposed after initially missing the provision. The clause would have suspended local authority over generative AI, facial recognition, and surveillance, ultimately leading to the provision's removal from the legislation. AI data centers and flock cameras are encroaching on our privacy at an alarming rate. So, Mr. Spear, first question, what are the risks of bogus or fraudulent information being disseminated, and what would you do to protect Americans' privacy? 2, do you believe government should be allowed to use a person's vehicle data to surveil their activities and behavior?
Absolutely not. This ties into FISA and the warrantless searches. So anything that you need a warrant for without technology, you need a warrant for with technology. Our laws are adequate. What we need is to not carve out technology to create the surveillance state. And I've never seen one issue that's been so wrong on every conceivable level, from intellectual property to the surveillance state to the environment to jobs. AI data centers and hyperscale AI data centers are a massive problem that need to be fought against so that we understand and we can let legislation catch up or actually just stay out of the way, because the legislation that we have, it just needs to be enforced properly.
Great. Okay, while federal authority is limited because elections are primarily run by states, can people hear me okay? Okay. US House representatives have several tools to address concerns about election integrity. Mr. Spear, do you believe voting machines and or tabulators should be used in elections? If so, what would you do to make them more secure? 2, what is your understanding of our Constitution regarding birthright citizenship, and how does the SCOTUS ruling on birthright citizenship impact the midterm elections?
That was 2 questions, right?
Yeah.
So
I just asked one at a time, then do the second. Sorry. Okay, just the first question. Yep.
I think I got you. So basically the Save America Act. And look, we need paper ballots, period. And I come from technology. Please understand that I come from technology. I had my own data center. I understand how this game is played, and I understand how they're manipulating this game and how it's a tremendous vulnerability to have voting machines, period. The other thing that I want to take the opportunity to address is election integrity. Joe Gruters and Evan Power have no interest in election integrity whatsoever. When they have turned countywide election here in Manatee County, and they said it doesn't even matter, Trent Wayman and Jackie Heisey were the elected statewide election of state committee man and state committee woman, and they turn around and they just turn and say it doesn't matter, we're going to appoint who we want. That is a complete disregard for the will of the people, and that needs to be addressed. And it's not just here in Manatee County. Joe Gruters has been doing this in Sarasota and Hillsborough. Everybody that wants to be grassroots and do the bottom up that we're supposed to, that our Constitution is made for, instead it's top down, and we're given a selection and said, you will approve this candidate.
Okay, what is your understanding of our Constitution regarding birthright citizenship, and how does the SCOTUS ruling on birthright citizenship impact the midterm elections?
I think it sets the tone, honestly, of this deportation. When I went in 2024 to the border in Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, I saw a coordinated plan between Iran, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to send people into our country. And then now other people around the world are trying to come over here and have a baby so that they can have birthright citizenship. That's a problem, and we need to address that problem. And I think SCOTUS missed the boat on this one.
Okay, okay, we've got ideologies in this country that some people think are incompatible with the American way of American system. Islam. Florida's largest settlement and highest concentration of Muslims is in the greater Tampa Bay area, which affects many in our audience. Do you believe our national security is at risk due to radical groups promoting Islamization and or communism? Please explain.
Yes, absolutely. And you can see this in Michigan, in Dearborn. Sharia law, there's a documented pattern of overtaking a community, and it's happening right now in Tampa. They're having celebrations. You're paying for their celebrations for Ramadan and other Islamic holidays, let alone the enactment of Sharia law. And it happened in Colorado as well, so that these are autonomous zones for Sharia. This makes no sense. This is an invasion of our country and needs to be dealt as such.
Should terrorist groups be deported, and that includes those who may have gained US citizenship, foreign born but gained US citizenship, should they be deported? If so, how would you help facilitate that?
They should be prisoners of war, depending on what they did. So it depends on what they've done. You can't, I don't want to be like completely radical, but on one side and say everybody who's associated with the Islam needs to go to jail. I'm not saying that. But we need discernment, and we need it on a case-by-case basis. And there are absolutely people who are intent on the destruction of this nation. They need to be fought against, and they need to be persecuted. And they need to be persecuted in military courts.
Okay. The U.S. House of Representatives... Prosecuted, yes.
I'm getting my Christian and my national...
Yeah. I think we got what you meant here.
Yeah.
The U.S. House of Representatives can directly improve citizens' financial lives by originating tax adjustments, infrastructure funding, healthcare reforms, energy and housing regulations. What bills might you sponsor to bring some needed relief in the rising cost of living?
That's a good question. And really what we need to understand is that there is a canard that's out there with affordable housing. They're going to try to keep pushing this canard of affordable housing. Really what it is, the way it's being enacted here in Florida, it becomes land use arbitrage. I'm not trying to use too many terms, but it's higher density housing. That's what they're pushing for. And the landowners get a massive bump for something that's like $7,000 an acre. And then all you got to do is run it through the county commission, and state legislation and county legislation is allowing developers to turn that into high density. Now, what was 7,000 is now all of a sudden 70,000. You get a 10x return immediately, and that's why there's so many developers that are contributing to Sidney Gruder's campaign, because they know he's going to continue the same pattern.
Mandates. If draconian mandates were reinstated in Florida, what would you do to help restrain the state's power?
I would do the same thing that I did last time. During COVID, they had a mandate at my school. So I have a school, Inspiration Academy. Quick shout out to my Lions out there. And what we did is we said, no. Code enforcement came, and keep in mind, it's when this happened, the public beaches were still on lockdown. And now code enforcement saw that we were having fun and we weren't imposing the mask mandate because some video got leaked. Next thing you know, there's national news that came and helicopters circling, and this is a big issue. Then next thing you know, code enforcement is saying, you will enforce this mask mandate. So I sent a letter to code enforcement and carbon copied all of the county commissioners and said, you are not allowed on our property and we will not enforce the mask mandate. We believe that it's a lie, and you got to understand, I'm a Christian, so I run all this through Romans 13. But there's a higher authority, and it's our Constitution. So I appealed to our Constitution on our constitutional rights, and I said, no, and you can't come into our school. And that's exactly what I would do if there were other draconian messages or draconian measures.
Excellent. I think I may know how you'll answer this. Florida mandates student proof of immunization, including 3 hepatitis B shots or a valid exemption. Do you agree with this policy? And if not, how would you work to change it?
I don't. I think there's religious exemptions and they're not being pushed. And what ends up happening is the provisions that allow people to follow their convictions and take care of their own body the way they see fit is not being adhered to. And so we need the political will. This is really about the political will to stand up and fight for people's their autonomy over their own body. And so we just need the political will to push for that. And any chance that I can get there to be specific legislation that I would certainly support. But I want everybody to understand where I stand on this issue.
I think that's very clear. Thank you. So, time for a couple of questions, Kathy, or? Yeah.
Hey, great job.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we will answer, so don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
We got one from the audience, one written on a card. And I don't know if anybody in here, raise your hand if you have a question. We're running a little behind, so think about a question because we'll read this one and then give the audience an opportunity to ask. So, Eddie, what can you, no, that is not, sorry. What happened with the RNC? That's not the one either. Hold on a second, guys, sorry. Oh, what do you know about Sidney Gruder's campaign finance?
Not as much as I'd like. I haven't really delved into it, but what I saw was alarming and concerning, and I want to share it with you guys. And so that's what this is right here. So if I could, just real quick, I know I only have 1 minute, so I'm going to try to get through all these. This is her developers. Some of the developers, there was an entire list of all of her donations for developers that was just too much. We couldn't print them all out. It cost too much money to print out all the developers like Pat Neal, obviously you see Carlos Baruch and a lot of others. So this is, again, more evidence that she is bought and paid for by developers. And I also learned that the Chinese Communist Party is donating to her. Right here, this first one, Ben Ming, and everyone below that are the lobbyists for iGas, which is a communist-controlled company here, and they are literally suing the EPA right now. So this is the communist Chinese are donating and interfering on our elections right before our eyes. And so go ahead and check out my website. I got more information on that. And I just want to at least share this. I know I'm late. I know I'm running late. Hang in there with me. This one, AI data centers. I wish I could tell you that this is just a general title. This is the name of the company. Hyperscale Data is the chairman, who's already under investigation with the FEC, the SEC, is donating to Sidney Gruters. That tells you that they're expecting something. They're expecting something in return, and the promotion and continued push of AI data centers. And then the last one, real quick. I know my mic is still working, so I'm going to keep talking. This one right here. There's a bunch of others that I want to continue investigating, but this one, information requested, where they're not telling you exactly what this person does. WinRed, and this is smurfing, and then the Citizens United. That's where all the dark money started in this country, where now we've got billions and billions of dollars of dark money that nobody can trace. That's from Citizens United, and they're directly donating to her campaign to continue the dark money stream. So that's what I found so far, but more to come.
Okay, we have another question that just came in from the audience. This will probably have to be the last one. What is your position on Israel and U.S. relations?
Israel and U.S. relations, we got to understand that Israel is a democracy and it's Western civilization, and it's the best hope that's there in the Middle East. And we need to understand that Iran is the largest exporter of terrorism in the world. So start there, and then let's have discussion about what's happening with Iran. We need a game plan with Iran. There's 6 million expatriates. We need to make sure those 6 million expatriates are a part of the solution, not just running willy-nilly and saying, hey, we're just going to bomb people, and then we're not going to bomb people, then we're going to say it's good, it's not good. No, we need a coordinated effort. And within Congress, I would make sure that we had a coordinated effort or not go in at all. And that's what we need to do.
Okay.
Great.
Let's
Well, thank you.
give a big round of applause. Thank you, Eddie. Let's call up our next candidates. Running for U.S. Senate, we have Mr. Chris Gleason, Neelam Carey, and Ernie Rivera. You guys
Very good.
like best off going.
So I agree with everything. I'm not supposed to say that.
Go ahead. Sydney first. Yes, exactly. Ladies first. That was excellent.
Okay. Trevor, I think as soon as they sit, you're cleared to read the debate rules. And
First, yeah, okay. Thank you. Welcome, Chris and Niran and Ernie. The debate rules. As the moderator, I will enforce time limits, prevent interruptions, and maintain order. You've all been very well behaved so far, so thank you. I will ask the questions. Candidates will respond individually when called upon and be respectful to the moderator and other candidates. Candidates will be given 1 minute to respond to each other with rebuttals and crosstalk. Microphone and timing rules. Microphones may be muted when it's not a candidate's turn or the candidate overextends the time allowed. strict time limits with visual, audio, audible warnings, and cutoffs. That's the cards we will see. Senate time debate, 60 minutes. Okay, so you'll get 1 minute opening statements, and we'll go across the table just like this from right to left. Individual answers, 1 minute per question. Rebuttals, 1 minute per rebuttal. Closing statements, 2 minutes per candidate. Q&A, 20 minutes if we have time. Is everybody clear on those conditions? Thank you. Right. The first topic is of major concern to voters today, AI centres. First question, and I'll address this to Chris. Define the, well, I'll change the order on each question just to be fair. Define the difference between an AI data centre and an AI super data centre, and explain how you would vote on bills in the Senate.
So everybody is concerned about AI data centers, the super data centers and the regular data centers. What people are not talking about is the thing that people need to be talking about. And that is the ground truth that runs the AI models in any data center anywhere in the country. Because what we see is that the ground truth that those models are trained on are not accurate and are not correct. And so what we see, good way to test this with the models that are running these data centers, is you ask it 2 questions. You ask it, 1, was the 2020 election fraudulent? Number 2 is, what is the origins of the COVID-19 breakout?
Can I just clarify? When you say ground truth, explain that term, please. What does that mean?
Ground truth is the data that those models are trained on.
Okay.
And that is incredibly important.
So those are 2 litmus tests that will tell you. Okay. Okay. Explain, Niren, explain how you would vote on bills in the Senate governing data centers nationwide.
So I believe the AI data centers, basically what Chris is saying, but I will talk more in the layman language, that if AI is being considered to act like a human being, it needs to have laws, rules, and regulations that we have on human beings. So the developers, we have to have more training, and because the concern is, oh, it's going to take people's jobs. No, we need to train and call it redevelopment of the AI and give people the opportunity to create those groundwork where the security, just like any other computer system, there is privacy, security, and regulations where nobody can use it to do any crime. And all those watchdogs have to be at the development of the data center. So it is going to be on every step a regulation that has to come federally and then taken over for more details at the state level.
Okay. Ernie, how would you vote in the Senate on AI issues?
Definitely, and greetings to everyone. The AI system is here to stay. I guess everyone is using it, even pastors like myself will do a lot of research with it, and it helps enormously. The danger is in twofold. I agree with my fellow senators that are running that the impact that the AI centers have in our electric grid is going to be one of the most important things that we have to watch out. Many communities are being impacted and affected negatively because the electric grid does not hold on to that amount of electricity they consume. Also, the water supply is something that will affect. We cannot play around with our water supply here in Florida. I am a Floridian and I am very proud of our water supplies. Now, I will say that there are alternatives that we can use, and I'm going to ask for the time to explore this very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Niran, do you believe, everybody's going to get this question, so important. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen? If so, what would you do in the Senate to ensure our elections are more secure?
Yes, and I actually ran for U.S. Congress District 14 in 2024, and I observed the election fraud myself. As a candidate, they let you go look at the counting of the ballots. What they were doing was they were printing out mail-in ballots, all the mail-in ballots on a plain sheet of paper, and then they had a room where they had people duplicating it. And when they're duplicating it, then the person, a different person, is filling out the form. And when I asked, they said, "Oh, our printers do not print ballots, so we do it this way." So we argued that this was not wrong because Gore versus Bush had already established that if the ballot is damaged, it cannot be used. And if you're printing it on a plain paper, it's already damaged. But when I went to look in the room and I saw they would let you stand 3 feet and look at it. I saw the ballots, they were all being voted to me. And I come out so happy. Hey, I'm winning. But then I lost. And that's when I figured out. In front of me, they were filling out me. Behind me, it was whoever they were paid for. So it was the major election fraud that I witnessed. There were several other issues, but this is something I saw it with my own hand, my own eye, and I was not allowed to vote
Yeah,
in my primary.
Okay, you just need to bring that to a close. Sorry. Chris, do you believe the election was stolen?
I know the election was stolen because I investigated it and found all the fraud. I found the fraud in 2020, 2022, 2024, and now in 2026. So it has been stolen. We have not had a legally administered or certified election in the state of Florida since 2008.
Well, I should put the second part of the question. This is the one here. What would you do in the Senate to make our elections more secure?
Paper ballots, hand counted, precinct level counting, photo ID, banning all foreign money from contributions, and let's see, 1-day election nationwide. It as a ending the election season and having it 1 day, and having everything open and transparent where all the people can see.
Okay, Ernie, same question to you. Do you believe the 2020 election was stolen, and what would you do in the Senate to improve the security of elections?
I believe the elections were stolen, and those of us that follow this carefully, we have the proof of this. Nevertheless, the past is the past. We have to think about this election now, and I believe the Save America Act is necessary. There has to be ID. There has to be. You cannot get on an airplane without ID, you can't do anything in the bank without ID. Why is our most important and most precious of all of our rights, voting for those that will lead our country, and we're going to just let any Tom, Dick, or Mary stand up without any proof of citizenship and have them vote. No, I believe that we have to have the secure elections, and I'm going to ask each one of you to call in and force this. Thank you.
Thank you. Beg your pardon, Aaron? Yes, you may have a rebuttal to that.
I went too long, and that's what I want to bring. President Trump has already brought issues in the Save America Act, which Mr. Gleason said, but it's not getting passed. And maybe you guys don't know. Everything there is what Mr. Gleason said. One-day voting, voter ID requirement, all illegals and non-citizens not be able to vote. But the catch in the Save America Act is that they're going to put the poll workers in jail for 5 years if anybody does anything wrong. And that's one of the reasons why it's not getting approved. And this is being done by the Senate. And this Senate, our Senator Ashley Moody, is a part of it. They are not letting Save America Act pass because they've put this punishable criminal requirements that are not letting it pass. So it's our current senator that will trying to exploit the system and exploit you guys.
Yeah, you want a rebuttal too, do you, Ernie?
Yes, I would like.
Well, I'll give you one straight after that, Chris.
All right.
But yes, Ernie.
Why haven't you done anything in regards to the Senate? What is shameful that our Senate Republicans are not voting to back the president and save our elections in our country? When you have heard that over 260 million of voter information, your information and mine, are in China's hands right now, I believe you should have stood up and done something.
Okay. Now, Chris, you wanted a minute's rebuttal?
So everything that everybody's talking about here, what they want to do, I've actually done, and I've fought it in the courts. They've thrown rigged judges at my cases. I've filed billions of dollars in FEC complaints, criminal complaints, and serious allegations, serious complaints against Tommy Cash, Ashley Moody, who has taken Chinese communist money. And I'm really the best candidate. I mean, my other opponents here keep referring to that I'm right, and I am right, and I'm probably the most qualified to be able to speak to election integrity, because everything in the Senate, everything in the House, all boils down to election integrity. If you don't have real elections, you don't have you don't have the consent of the governed, and you don't have the will of the people. And I'm fighting. I've been fighting this fight for a very long time at great expense and danger to myself.
Okay, thank you. Now, China. No, we have to go on. Sorry. Look, I missed the question before. Now, China was mentioned a couple of times then. On the data centers, a big argument is if we don't push forward with data centers, we're going to fall behind China in the AI race. Do you believe there are repercussions if the US falls behind China in the AI race? Well, do you believe we might fall behind, and what would the repercussions be? Ernie, I'll give you first one, Ernie.
Yes, I believe that we will have definite repercussions that will affect us as a nation if we fall behind. We have to be at the top of technology. Now, there has to be some restraints here. There has to be controls that, as a senator, I'm going to guarantee that these will be implemented. We have to make sure that our data centers are protected. This open policy of having all of the information sent out anywhere and sold for monetary purposes, that does not help us. America is great because we have been at the edge of technology forever. We are the ones that create it. And I believe that we have to protect this. And I will implement laws that will do that.
Okay, I'll give you Chris, then Niren. Okay, Chris, you reply to that, please.
China poses an existential threat to America. They have declared warfare against us in 1998 using unrestricted warfare. What people need to understand is that China is embedded in all of our electronics. Where are the Dell computers made that administer the elections? China. Where are the chips made? China. iPhones, where are they manufactured? Foxconn factories, China. Okay. So China is the largest thief of intellectual property on the planet. They steal everything, absolutely everything they steal. And you will never find anybody more knowledgeable about AI and data and security and the Chinese threat than me.
Okay. Niren, if you could address that question, please.
Well, China has always been a threat. And letting China get ahead of America is something we cannot allow. So yes, there has to be development of AI data centers, but Florida has its own limitations. We have the aquifer. Our water table is not that high. So we have shortage of water, and so you can't compare Florida to Virginia. So those laws have to be framed accordingly. As far as the biological warfare, the COVID, I'm an infectious disease specialist and an award winning virologist. I could see from the start how it could have been dealt differently, but at that time, Dr. Fauci, who's a public health physician, did not handle it right. But it's to compete with China, it's not just data centers, it's even biological warfare and any all different kind of terrorisms and all that, them buying our properties. So it's
Yeah.
as
Okay. Bring it to a close, please. Just finish your sentence.
so. In other words, we have to be ahead of China.
Okay. Now, Islam. The threat of Islamism stems from political ideology seeking to impose Sharia law through violence or cultural shifts rather than the personal faith of Muslims. The greater Tampa Bay area is has the biggest concentration of mosques and Islam in the country. Question, I'll address this first to Chris. Is our national security at risk due to the expansion of radical Islamization and or communism? Please explain.
Yes, this is a massive threat. And I've known about this massive threat for quite a long time. I used to be a rather large social media influencer back years ago, before I was digitally assassinated by Mark Zuckerberg and his friends. And why I was digitally assassinated by Mark Zuckerberg and his friends was because I was highly critical of the mass immigration and infiltration of our nation by America's enemies. And Mark Zuckerberg personally removed me, my family, and my friends, and all of the people that we were working with online, directly linked to election fraud and this immigration, mass weaponization of immigration against America.
Okay, Niren, what would you do? Do you believe there is a problem and with Islamization or communism? Please explain.
Yes, I'm very familiar with this because I was raised until my teenage in India. And being a Hindu, Hindus have fought Islam for centuries. And I understand the mentality very well. We really need, now they want to go after the Christians. I know their mentality, and I can make the perfect laws to stop this terrorism and stop the Islamism and this illegal immigration. It could have been stopped years ago, but people didn't realize what we would realize back in India, how these Islamic groups, how they operate and how they need to be stopped and how this mass immigration to be stopped. Being an immigrant, I understand exactly where to stop and what laws to place, which are not being placed because we do not have
Thank you.
the education and other candidates. I would
Okay.
choose the best candidate.
Thank you. Ernie, what would you do? Do you see Islamization, communism as a threat? Please explain.
I've been the professor compared religions for many years in seminaries, and I want to make a distinction. The religion of Islam, right? They have the right to have their religion just like the Jews and just like the Christians and as all of us. What we cannot accept, and I was interviewed by two of the imams here in the Tampa area, where I was very clear with them. Radical Islam cannot exist in American territory. We will not allow any group to come in with Sharia law or try to attempt against our Constitution. We are one country with one Constitution, and they want to live with us, they adapt to us. We are not going to adapt to them. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, you can do a rebuttal there, Niran. Yes.
So the issue is that Ashley Moody is putting on social media, oh, we don't want socialism. However, she did not even appear for debate today. She doesn't care about people. She is engineering this whole election with the rest of the group. It's like they have a group which is against the law under RICO. And what this is, it's like dictatorship. You vote for these people. You have voter guides in all the counties. You vote for these people. And the normal person who doesn't know what the law is, this is not democracy. This is dictatorship with groupism, and it's now your choice, your right to vote to change this government and to change the establishment and to vote on August 18th.
You want a rebuttal, Ernie?
See, I didn't touch the point about the socialists and the communists. I studied in my early college years, many years ago, under a communist group. And I know what their plan is. The plan is to infiltrate our children, to infiltrate our institutions, to change our way of life. We have to stand against this. And I feel ashamed that this young lady, with all the law education she has not stood up to say that what the RPOF is doing in this election in our state, from the school boards all the way up to the U.S. Senate, where they are saying that we cannot run because they already chose the candidate. They told me that in my face in Tallahassee. That's not our republic and our democracy.
Okay.
I have a rebuttal.
The second part of this question. Now, mosques will claim First Amendment protection because, freedom of speech. Why? The question is, what should we do about the growing number of mosques in America, if anything? Well, the key question is Islam purely a religion, or is there a political aspect to it, like, say, communism or fascism, that can be regulated by the government? So I'll address that to Chris. Can we do anything about the spread of mosques? Should we do anything? And what would the justification be for that?
So at the end of the day, when you come to this country to be an American, you should have to give an allegiance to the nation. And if you're not able to do that, if you're not able to assimilate, then you shouldn't be here. And if part of that is waging unrestricted warfare against America, or infiltrating Europe, or infiltrating America like they did with Europe, that's not acceptable. We see in other countries where Islam moves in, the burning down of churches. I mean, when I was in France for the 75th anniversary of D-Day in 2019, there was a massive rash of burning down of churches. And that's not acceptable at all. And we need to ensure that people who come here give their allegiance to America.
Okay. So, Niran, I'll address it to you. So can we or should we shut down mosques? And what would the legal justification, if any, be for that? Yes, to you, Niran.
So, the Islam migration, it's happened. A lot of it is illegal. The mosque do come under the First Amendment. But what Islam is they themselves call themselves a political organization, that they're not really a religion. The Quran says that if you kill a person who's a non-Muslim, you go to heaven. So that's why they call it jihad, which is a religious war. So that's the kind of evangelism they have. So for America to consider, it had to be regulated under law. So we have to make sure that a religion or all religions cannot do this, cannot kill, cannot start praying in the middle of a basketball court in the middle of the day. So we have to make regulations where Islam and mosques are not are regulated to Christian rules.
Okay, Ernie, I'll give you the same question, please.
It's very clear what I said first. I taught compared religions: Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, the Jewish faith. We, as constitutionalists, we believe in our First Amendment. Every country should have this freedom. Only we are practicing it. And now it's being threatened. If they want to have their mosque, they can have it, as well as the synagogues, as well as the temples. But we have to keep an eye on everyone that lives in our country. And this includes every religion. We cannot have radicalized people trying to go against our Constitution. We have some rights and we have beliefs that have to be respected. And this will apply for everyone. And I am very adamant in this position. Yes, I believe in the freedom of religion. I will stand for it, but let's make sure that nobody crosses the line.
I have a rebuttal.
Yeah, you can have a rebuttal there, Chris.
Okay, so everything is about the Constitution, and if you decide to gift me or I earn your vote, that's going to be the first and foremost thing. Everything has to be based on the Constitution. Now, that being said, I have very strong beliefs about the founding of America. I grew up outside of Boston. And so I know all about the history of America and how America is a Christian nation. First and foremost, when the Pilgrims saw land, they broke out in prayer. And America needs to get back to God. And America needs to protect its Christians here. And America needs to be protecting Christians globally, because Christians are the most persecuted people on the planet. And genocide against Christians is real. And so we need, yes, the First Amendment, but there has to be an oath of allegiance to America.
Okay. So, affordability, cost of living. And I'll start with Ernie on this one. If elected, what kind of policies would you support that might bring Floridians some relief in the rising cost of living?
Well, definitely we have to face this, because $4 a gallon of gasoline isn't cool. And we have to deal with our housing, which our young couples are not being able to purchase homes. I believe, the only candidate that is certified as a manager of housing by the Urban Development Hub, as well as I have other certifications which I've worked for many years, over 30 years. We will be able to make it affordable if we enact laws in Congress that prohibit and limit the insurance agencies to keep on racking up their rates the medical insurance, all of these areas that are hurting our country right now and hurting our bottom line. So I believe that as we try to bring this into control, and we know that Iran conflict is what's causing this right now, but as citizens of Florida, let's stand up and let's try to do what is best is create new jobs, create more opportunities, and bring affordability back into all of our state areas.
Thank you. I'll give the same question to you, Niren. Cost of living, what would you do as a senator to help Floridians there?
My main issue is I'm fighting against corruption. I want to bring integrity back to the government and the trust of the people back to the government. So what I'm going to do is what Mr. Eddie Spears said too. First of all, the Congress has to do a combined effort to bring world peace. We have to have smart orders and with the democracy process and not just executive orders. And right now, our senators are not doing their job. They're required to streamline these orders and create avenues where what if. And similarly, it's not only the gas prices, the housing. We need the insurance, the fraud and the insurance companies is just outrageous. Not only in the home insurance, the medical insurance, the medical insurance. So the main thing is to remove the fraud and abuse at this time, and I'm very familiar with all what you go through, so I will be the best candidate to be able to handle that.
Okay, thank you. So the same question to you, Chris.
So, what was the question again?
Okay, the question was, what would you do to help with the rising cost, the affordability problems that Floridians are now undergoing?
Oh, that's real easy. We would have real elections and we would ban foreign money and dark money from our elections. Because if you want to fix these problems, you have to actually have the consent of the governed. And the reason why things get more expensive every year is because our selected officials have been bought and paid for. So we need real solutions for energy. We need to be able to refine the gas that we pull out of the ground here. We need to get and ban Wall Street from buying single family homes. That has to happen. The insurance company, they again have bought and paid for all of these politicians. The banks have bought and paid for all of the politicians. I've worked in finance pretty much my whole life. I understand it. I understand what the problems are. And, but it all boils down to real elections and stopping the flow of illicit money.
Thank you.
Let me interrupt here for a second. Trevor, I'd like to remind the candidates to please respect the time. You can see these two gals here. Hold your time up. What does the green mean? What does the yellow mean? And what does the red mean? So please, because if we don't respect that, we're not going to have time for questions in the end. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it's my job to enforce that, so I'll really get it more efficient. So, mandates. In 2021, 3 senators nearly triggered a pre-Christmas government shutdown by demanding that a federal funding bill defund President Biden's COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Most Republican senators opposed this high-stakes tactic to avoid being blamed for a shutdown, and the funding ultimately passed without the anti-mandate language. I'll address this first to Ernie. Would you have risked a government shutdown to defund Biden's federal COVID-19 vaccine mandates? Why or why not?
I'm not in favor of shutting down our government, okay? My son's a federal agent and he's protecting our country and he's been laid off like for 3 months without pay, and it affects those that are giving their life and their service to our country. Our country has to have other systems, and it's these politicians that don't get it straight. They're playing with our lives and with our money, with our economy. We have to take seriously. We have to change how we are dealing with our laws. All of this filibuster, all of this stuff that's happening in DC right now, where the Save America Act isn't being passed, is because our senators, those that are in that position, are not taking this seriously and are not making the changes that have to be done for our country.
Okay. I'll give it to Chris next, then Naren. So, Chris.
Mandates are unconstitutional. It's a violation of our human right. So for them to force people to inject poison into their babies and into their bodies, I think people like me who, when we first saw that, were like, yeah, we're not taking the shot. And when my daughters were born, they wanted to give my daughters a vaccine for a sexually transmitted disease when she was 5 minutes old. I was against it. And then the doctor said, well, you're a bad parent. And I'm like, no, I'm an educated parent. And as far as shutting down the government, if it takes shutting down the government to stop them from poisoning people, okay, because we have a lot of people who die suddenly. Remember that? Yeah. Clot shot, turbo cancer. Okay. I'm okay with shutting down the government because it's the more the government shut down, the less harm they can do.
Okay. I'll give it to you, Naren. Would you have voted to shut down the government? If so, why? If not, why?
So, to remind you, I'm a board certified infectious disease specialist and with subspecialty in AIDS, HIV virus, and did my basic research in RNA virology, and I understand COVID very well. Just because a little is good, too much is not good. And for a vaccine, there is a point where it's called a lethal dose. So what was happening? They were making mandates on booster. He's calling it poison, but scientifically, what they were doing, the mandates were more to help pharmaceutical companies and other organizations make money. It was a business decision. It was not helping people because the studies did not show giving extra boosters were helpful. In fact, people were actually breaking out with the disease or they were getting side effects. So the mandate to begin with was wrong. And to shut down the government on that, on top of it, was wrong. I would have never supported it.
Okay. So this is a related question. And I like this question. I'll start with Ernie. Yes, I'll start with you again, Okay. Did you personally receive the COVID vaccine? And if so, what motivated you? And would you do it again?
No, sir, I did not receive it, and my beautiful wife did not receive it either. I stood against them, definitely. I don't love all this medicine, and I won't even take a Tylenol if I don't have to. I believe that God's created other ways for us to heal our bodies, and there's a lot of good natural ways for us to take care of ourselves. Yes, there's moments that you have to go to the doctor and all this other stuff, unfortunately. But no, I never received that vaccine, and I'm definitely against anything that the government wants to impose. Why vaccine? What, 50 different vaccines for a child when he's by 6 years of age? That's garbage, guys. Don't buy it.
Okay. I'll give the same question to you, Naren.
Did you get vaccinated?
Did you get vaccinated?
I'm a healthcare provider and I was a first responder. So I did take the primary and the second booster. But after the second booster, I did not feel well. And that's when I realized that the dose was being too much. because as an ID, I know how the antibodies are formed and how the boosting matters. So the recommendations, the way it happened, were wrong. But like I said before, you cannot say we don't need vaccines. We have proven data that measles became zero with the vaccine. So you can't stop it. It has to be individualized, where you have to see if there's an immunocompromise or something where a patient can get. But vaccines do have a role, but it has to be scientifically, the laws have to match the science. You can say one thing or the other. It's not a yes and no question. It has to be tailored.
Okay.
Thank you. And so I would be the best candidate to tailor that.
Good. Okay, Chris, did you take it? And if so, why? If not, why?
No, I did not take it. And I strongly encouraged everybody I knew not to take it. And I strongly encouraged my friends and people I knew who were doctors with medical licenses, who have integrity, who had alternatives like HCQ and ivermectin and vitamin B and vitamin D and vitamin C. And so God made us perfect. Okay. God made us perfect. And so we don't need poison, because it is poison, and we don't need that. And so, our opponent here, she likes to talk about being a virologist, but really, there are some issues with her and pill mill and opioids. So I don't know, at what point does a infectious virologist become a pill mill doctor?
Well, I think you might want a rebuttal to that. So, Niran, you rebut that, please.
Law are very clear that the positions are immune, and that's what we did. Is weaponization of law enforcement. What she did was she said, where people can have a probable cause hearing. And also she stopped funding the Florida bar where when we file a claim, it doesn't get heard anymore. So I am stuck in the motion to dismiss for the last 4 years because they did not, the Department of Health already dismissed the complaint saying no violation of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that brings the questions to an end. Kathy, do we have time for some questions from the audience, please? Thank you all for the very lucid answers, by the way. Oh, the wrap up is now, or the wrap up? Oh, yeah, you get sorry. Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, so each of you do 2 minutes. I'll start with Chris, then Niran, then Ernie. So you can do your 2 minutes, Chris.
So who here wants accountability? Who here thinks that the 2020 election was stolen? Who here wants elections with no cheating? Well, then, if you want to stop the treason, you're going to have to vote for Gleason, because I'm the guy who built the tool, who's been pushing for accountability. You've seen President Trump issue out an executive memorandum about my work with Act Blue. You've seen the House hold hearings. You've seen Act Blue and other people all pleading the Fifth Amendment. You've seen all of the FBI raids in Georgia, all of this stuff tied to election fraud. And I've been sitting here banging the drum on the Chinese Communist Party. Okay. Do you want the guy who understands all of that in the United States Senate, who can't be bought, who won't be bought, and knows what is really going on and is willing to die on the hill to fight for you? So it's real simple. If you want to stop the treason, you got to vote for Gleason.
Okay. So Niran, your 2 minutes.
Excuse me, the party running for the Senate.
Why am I running being a doctor? Because I experienced all the corruption. Yes, election fraud is one of the reasons. I wrote the book Democracy for Sale. The same election that he fought against, I was suing the county in the county court, state court, Supreme Court, and my case is still pending in the United States Supreme Court. Nobody wants to listen to the case. That's what we are talking about. It's not a simple thing to fight against election integrity. That's why I'm running for Senate, because I can make laws now how to fix the system, because I know where it's broken. I have a position, I serve the community and serve the people for 40 years of my life. I know what people want at every level. The rich, the poor, the economy, I understand that all. And the legal issues have taught me the laws, taught me the weaponization of law enforcement that Ashley Moody is actually even till now perpetuating. The only bills she filed at the Senate level when she's a senator is to make businesses and healthcare fraud as a federal crime. Say anything about judicial fraud or legal fraud and how the attorneys are ripping people off. So it's the people versus special interests. She is basically originally a Democrat who turned Republican, but she's still supporting the Democrat people. She is not the right candidate. I have the experience and I have the fight that needs to be done up at the Senate to fight against Democrats and Ashley Moody. So vote for me on August 18th. I'm your best candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Ernie, you get your 2 minutes, and thanks for reminding me.
On here in Tallahassee, raised with a beautiful background. Parents were Puerto Rican, and I understand our state. Half of our state speaks Spanish, right? And I try to blend in and help every single group in our state. I'm very worried about the state of our nation right now. It's being torn apart. And one of the things that I focus on is trying to bring common sense and understanding, try to bring people together, not to divide them. For 48 years, I've been working, building schools, churches, orphanages. I've managed centers for housing for the elderly and for the veterans for over 35 years. I have created hundreds and even thousands of jobs throughout these years. Why am I running for the U.S. Senate? Because I see once again, like I saw in 2016 when I first ran, that our state, our nation was there is danger right now. But one of the things basic for me is I co-founded Protect Our Children Project. Our children in our state are being sold and trafficked. Women are being sold and trafficked. Did you know our state is the third state in the nation with the highest rate of human trafficking? And I ask, okay, our Attorney General, okay, 8 years in the position. When did she do anything to stop the human trafficking and the child trafficking in our state? She had 8 years to do it. And it was never accomplished. Now she wants to have a higher position in our government. The Bible says, if you're faithful in the few, I'll put you in the much, right? But if you can't do the job at the beginning, don't ask me to give you a higher position. It's Ernie Rivera for the U.S. Senate. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we
Great,
did
great
pretty
answers,
much
guys.
there. Great job. But we do have about 7 minutes we can take questions. So let's get into it. We received a couple of questions from the audience, and I just had them here. Where'd they go? Let me, I can't believe that. Here's a point of order, actually. This is from, I don't have all the words. Thanks, Don. I was looking for you. Okay. Islam is not a religion. It is a tyrannical, what? I'm asking the guy who wrote this. What? Government. Oh, okay. Disguised as a religion. So I guess that's just a point of order, but we do have a question here. Do you believe that the evidence for, I believe this word is tampering of the elections, is so egregious that elections US wide should be delayed by a national election security emergency until resolved?
Yeah, I'll give that to Niran. Niran, if you answer that first, please. Then Ernie, then Chris.
Well, I think that's a very good idea, but I'm not sure if that's doable. The issue is that the Save America Act is still not passed. So I believe the president can enter an executive order if he wants, but that's not been presented in any way or form. But I think that should be done because at this time, what we have is totally, we know it's all an engineered election fraud, midterm election. So thanks for bringing that concept out.
Okay.
Do you believe that the evidence for tampering in our elections is so egregious that elections nationwide should be delayed by a national election security emergency until it's resolved?
No, I do not believe it should be delayed. I believe our Constitution is very clear how we should proceed. I do believe that each state has to get their act together. We're doing quite a good job here in Florida compared to California or others. Nevertheless, we do have to pass the Save America Act. We have to, and I believe this should be nationwide on the federal level. Every county they're going to decide those, but we should have a standard for elections on a national level where everybody that will vote have to be a citizen, they have to show ID, and they have to be registered. If not, they should not have the right to vote.
So, Chris,
Do I think that the elections are compromised? I know they're compromised because I found it and I've proven it and I've brought it forward. Okay, we have a dire constitutional crisis right now, and we have absolutely our elections have absolutely been compromised by the Chinese Communist parties, Israel, other foreign nations as well, and the election corruption cartel in Florida. And the statement that Florida has good elections is absolutely false. And as a matter of fact, there are a lot of things in California that they do better than they do here. Yes, I know, because I've seen it. And if anybody wants to see the evidence of it, go to my website, voteforgleason.com, because I've been fighting it and documenting it the entire time. And lately, in this election right now, I've actually been forwarding public records requests to to the people up here on this table. And ultimately, there is fraud. We found it. There's fraud right now. And I am going to seek a court order to stop the fraud right now.
okay.
We have 2 minutes for a last question. Yes, sir, in the back. Yeah, you.
We have AI, block cameras, overdevelopment, lack of our current infrastructures like power grid, we have offer system, and then I see our birth rates are decreasing like Japan and that. What would you have us do to keep us from turning into a third world country?
Okay, well, I'll give that to Ernie first, then Niran, then Chris.
Once again, the AI phenomena, right, is part of the progress of all the countries in the world. We're not going to fall behind China, and we're going to be at the edge Like I mentioned, we have to protect our aquifers. We have to protect our electric grid, which is very important. And there's some solutions for that. You can look it up on my website. I understand that our state has to confront these situations both at the state level, that's Tallahassee, and those are issues that the state will do. At a federal level, I will be able to move legislation that will put curtails on this AI. There has to be controls. You cannot let them run by themselves. I like how Neelan said, if it's had a personality already, they should have laws also. We have to create some controls in our state, in our nation, on a national, and I believe that compared to California, where they take 2 weeks to determine what the results of some
We
elections
have
are.
1 minute left before we are
have
taking a
our
break.
elections, and we have results in 2 hours.
Let's wrap it up, but go ahead, Trevor. Let's
Oh, no.
finish it up.
Well, I was going to give Niran and Chris an answer to those questions. Okay, go, Niran.
So the data centers, the AI, we've already discussed in detail, and I still would say that we do need controls and we do need restrictions on use of the state of Florida, which would have to be federal guidance. But as for the birthright, what I would suggest that we cannot allow people to come pregnant and have children here and then they become American citizens. That cannot be allowed. So that should be on when people go for a visa, that should be something that needs to be checked, and that should be a federal law. But you're right. The Islam works on multiplying and taking over the government as their philosophy, and I know how to fight it and make sure it stops, and it never happens. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, quick.
So we have flock cameras spreading all over the country. Nobody voted for that. We have flock cameras harvesting all of your data and your information, and it's being weaponized against you in those data centers with skewed ground truth. But the funny thing is, right? They're not using that AI. They aren't using that AI to ensure that our elections are secure. I am. We actually built AI to do that. And furthermore, why do we not have the elections being having the same oversight that your car does when it's driving down the street? We need to have cameras in the counting centers so that everybody can watch it and everybody can see it. And it needs to not be just live streamed, but it also needs to be archived. That way we can restore the trust in America in our elections. And because at the end of the day, every other issue gets fixed with clean, fair, and transparent elections.
Okay. Let's give them a big round of applause. You guys did great. Thank you. It's very informative. And now, due to our time pressures, we're ready to take our break for the day. We need to be back here at 2. But check out the doors there, because you'll find a ballot that you can hold till the end and vote for which candidates. We're going to have a straw poll here, so make sure to grab that ballot. And for those who are going to stay in the room here, I'm going to talk about the governor's pledge. This is something that one of our most valued grassroots volunteers put together, and several governors signed it. Governor candidates, rather, and we're trying to reach out and get as many as we can. I'm going to read it during the break so you know what's in it. Thank you. There's food trucks outside too. Let's meet back here at 2 o'clock. Well, that's where you can vote on the straw poll ballot, sir. Thank you. Okay. This debate is over, but thank you. Thank you very much. We'll see you all back at 2. Okay. And for those who stay, I want to read you a pledge that was presented to all of the governor candidates. And this is the kind of stuff that we need to ask of all of our candidates before we vote for them. Has anybody heard of this governor's pledge before? Okay. So let me read it to you. This is what they're being asked to pledge. Oh, really? The firemen sing? Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Okay, folks, election security and accountability. This is what the governor candidates are being asked to sign. Initiate an independent, unbiased, professional, end-to-end audit of Florida's election processes to identify legislative, rule, and procedural changes needed to ensure Florida's election system meets the same transparency, control, reconciliation, and verification standards required of financial systems. Imagine that, including being fully auditable and provably accurate. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing if we got all governors to sign a pledge that said that? Also, whether they'd be willing to drive legislation to address any deficiencies or vulnerabilities identified by an independent end-to-end audit of Florida's election processes. Who would be for that? Also, to advocate for legislation to codify President Donald J. Trump's executive orders and directives related to election security into Florida law where constitutionally permissible. The last point is to appoint a Secretary of State who maintains open, transparent communication with citizen election security groups to address identified issues. I can tell you, I experienced that firsthand. As the ambassador to Defend Florida for the past 5 years, we brought our findings, which, does anybody else want to come up here and take a picture with Ernie? I know, I'm trying to explain the governor's pledge here. So when, who's heard of Defend Florida? Okay, so if you were volunteers with Defend Florida, you know we found about 20% of our voter rolls right here in Florida. Nobody can tell me we don't have a problem with our elections here in Florida. We found 20% of our voter rolls had anomalies, had problems. That's where the fraud can occur. So this pledge is extremely important because when we brought our findings to our supervisor of elections, for example, to our Secretary of State, for example, even to our legislators, our governors, our governor, DeSantis, they refused to listen to the evidence that we had collected. So this last sentence really strikes a chord with me, that if a governor candidate signs this pledge, they're signing to appoint a Secretary of State who maintains open, transparent communication with citizen election security groups to address identified issues. That's really important because we were shut down and treated like lunatics, honestly. They called us every name in the book, and that's not right because we had some extremely important findings. And I went to our supervisor of elections, by the way, and I filed, it's called a PRR, public records request. It's like a FOIA. And it should have been a 15-minute data collection on their part. You know what they wanted to charge me? $335,000. That's not an exaggeration. I have the email from them. And then I went to a data specialist and I said, how long do you think it would take to pull down the file and hand it over to me, who was asking for it? How long would it take them in man hours? And the person told me probably about 15 minutes. So they are intentionally, I'm a grassroots volunteer. You think I have $335,000? And that piece of evidence would have proven whether we were right or they were right. They didn't want to give it to us. Here's a couple of other things. And the reason I'm reading this off to you all is because you can take these pledges. I've got several here, and we've got them out there as well. You can take them and you can go to your candidate. There's a federal legislator pledge as well as a governor pledge and a state legislature pledge. Now, when I spoke with Deb Monk, anybody know Deb Monks? Oh boy, she's really something. She's done a lot for our state as far as election integrity goes. She told me that she received Bobby Williams' pledge on January 26th. He was apparently the first one that signed the pledge, and Paul Renner's pledge on February 8th. Now, that doesn't mean some of them got the pledge later than others. So I don't want to put too much weight on who signed it first, right? But we do know that those two at least signed it. Donalds, Fishback, and Collins were all given the pledge in February with multiple follow-ups and refused to sign. Take that into consideration. Donalds, Byron Donalds, James Fishback, and Jay Collins. Now, the following, and I don't know, did you all get any notification from Deb Monks to sign the governor's pledge? Okay. Okay. Well, okay. So I have forms here if you'd like to sign it, and this goes for any state representative as well. We need everybody to sign this because we want to get you on record, because we need to fix our voter rolls. I'm telling you, they're a mess. And, if you talk to your supervisor of elections, this is what you'll hear. They're pristine. And they are not. The governor candidates that did sign this were Paul Renner, Bobby Williams, and Rachel Rodriguez, those three. The Florida House candidates were Anthony Bona from Martin, St. Lucie County, Jason Paul Smith from Broward, and Tony Diaz from Miami. Federal candidates, John Franklin, and I read which governors. Now, let me see what else is on this governor pledge here. Constitutional governance. They pledge on this form that they sign to oppose any bill, amendment, or rule that infringes upon the Bill of Rights, that violates our inherent rights to life, liberty, property, or reduces government transparency, accountability, or citizen oversight. They also signed to support citizen-driven legislation to improve election security, health freedom, and or parental rights. They also pledged to maintain open and accessible communication with constituents. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? And ensure reasonable availability to them or their staff. And they also pledged to be responsive to constituent input in a timely and respectful manner. Okay, it's not much to ask. So I have some extra forms. If you gentlemen would like to read it over and sign it, I'll be more than happy to share it with you. So folks, I guess we'll meet back here at 2:00. Does anybody have any questions so far about what you've heard or that I might be able to answer? Because I'm more than happy to stay here till 2 if you'd like. Thank you. You know what? I should be out there, shouldn't I? I always think of my books last. Yeah, let me go out there. I'll be by my book table, and Trevor Loudon will be by his as well if you'd like to buy a book. Thank you. Which one are you interested in? The last one, Rules for Rhinos, folks. Well, Rules for Rhinos is my most recent. Rules for Deplorables was my first one. Yeah, okay. And that's the one, by the way, I actually got suspended. The Republican Party of Florida literally suspended me from the party. And the 4 reasons they cited to suspend me, reason number 1 is because I was speaking at a group like this, and I said, and they took me in my exact quotes, I said, we don't just have a rhino problem in Washington, D.C., we have them right here in Florida, too. They literally used that as a reason to suspend me from the party. The second reason was that I affiliated with Defend Florida, the grassroots group, to fix our elections. The third reason was because I had the gall to start up my own MAGA group in Pinellas County. They listed these. It's unbelievable. You can go to my website, rulesfordeplorablesbook.com. I have their grievances against me and how I answered them. The 4th grievance against me was that I had bad judgment because I was a campaign manager for a J6er. Yes, so that tells you exactly. I want to get to my books because I have a buyer, but what would you like to ask? So was I. No, my 2 qualifying questions to any candidate, I'll tell you right now. Number 1, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen? If they hem and haw and they can't answer that, that's a problem to me. Everybody's got their own vetting questions. Number 2, I asked them if they think the J6ers deserved what they got. And that really kind of tells you where people stand, right? Okay, I got to get going. I've got 13 minutes to sell this gentleman a book. Thank you, guys. I'll see you back here at 2.
Ernie Rivera.
Ernie Rivera, thank you so much for taking the time with us.
Camden.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I just listened to the debate. It was a great debate. What are your thoughts after that?
Well, I believe the debate, with the absence of one of our candidates,
All right, guys, welcome back to our coverage. Just so you know, we're about to get started with the governor's debate, so stay tuned. It's about to start. We're going to hear from candidates like Bobby Williams, maybe some other ones as well. We'll see what happens, but make sure you stay tuned right here on Coastal Conservative News. Here we go with the governor's debate.
Okay, I think we're going to have to continue on here without them. What? Okay, folks, so welcome back for our third and final debate. For those who missed the governor's pledge reading during the break, and that's a pledge that all of the governor candidates should sign and all legislative candidates should sign, because it's telling us that they'll do what we would like them to do once they get elected, and letting them know that if they want to earn our votes, we'd like to get them to pledge certain things to us. Sound fair enough? But you can find the governor's pledge by going to our Grassroots Coalition website at APEC. That stands for American Patriot Executive Committee. APEC, not to be mistaken with APAC. APECunited.com/candidates, where you'll be able to print the pledges out and get your candidates to sign them before giving them your vote. Okay, so we have one more that is coming up right now. Wonderful. So APECunited.com, by the way, that's a coalition of MAGA America First groups throughout the state. We've joined forces to make debates like this possible from a united front with MAGA groups all over the place. We all came together for this. Many of the volunteers that made today happen are members of that coalition. You can consider joining us at APECunited.com. United, we are stronger and better able to do what the Republican establishment is failing to do for we the people. Each gubernatorial candidate will identify themselves with an opening statement So let's turn things back to Trevor for the reading of the debate rules.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Kathy. Now, all participating candidates will receive equal time to speak per best efforts. As the moderator, I will enforce time limits, prevent interruptions, and maintain order. Everybody's been very well behaved so far, and I expect gubernatorial candidates to set an even higher bar, if that's okay. I will ask the questions. Candidates will respond individually when called upon and be respectful to the moderator and other candidates. Candidates will be given 1 minute to respond to each other with rebuttals and crosstalk. Microphones may be muted when it's not a candidate's turn or the candidate overextends the time allowed. Strict time limits with visible audio limits and visual audible warnings. So the ladies down here and the other one's not here. They will have cards, green, yellow, red, to give you an indication if your time is getting short. At the end of the questions, opening statements 1 minute, individual answers 1 minute, rebuttals 1 minute, closing statements of 2 minutes each per candidate at the end. Then we'll have a Q&A of approximately 30 minutes. And I will rotate. I want everybody to answer each questions, and I will rotate round so nobody's always last, nobody's always first, to try and give everybody an equal say. Does everybody understand that? Thank you very much, guys. Right.
And by the way, after this, as I explained earlier, Paul Renner, who is also a governor candidate, will be playing a video that he created especially for this audience, and he will be calling in for Q&A after this session is complete. So wait around for that.
Okay, just Canasta. I just want to get your name right. Is it Canasta or Canasta or Canas? Oh, okay. Canesti. Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, so we're going to start with data centers, a big issue. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Okay, well, I'll start this way along. So I'll start with Arthur. You all get 1 minute going right to left to give your opening statement.
Okay. Can you hear me? No.
Just closer, yeah.
Hi. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so normally I would just type up a page or two of what I want to say and I just read it, but I'm not doing that now. So I don't know. I mean, I have 154 items on my list to do as governor. And quite frankly, the two biggest ones are property taxes and probable cause. I think the police departments all across the state are probably needing a huge amount of money. But when probable cause is modified just a tiny bit, the police departments will go from 2,000 employees down to like 50. Stop.
Okay.
That's one of the things that I have on my list.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. So, Jim, your opening statement.
Am I allowed to stand up?
Yes, sure, if you want to.
Hello, I'm privileged to be here. I appreciate very much that this was offered to me. I'm a retired Orlando firefighter. I've worked there almost 30 years. I'm a retired ESC school teacher. I did that for 8 years, and I've been a home builder all my life. When I was 15, my dad
for 14. My dad put me out in the yard making trusses for a building. I really like building things. I graduated from the University of Central Florida with a BA in political science, and I graduated with a master's at National Louis for education.
Right. That's it.
That's I said it, honey.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so now Daniel, your opening statement, please.
I don't know why I have my glasses on. I guess I just do that. So I'm not going to read anything. But yeah, my mission for Florida is to return Florida back to the people and the people back to God. And you know what? Our country is at a crisis right now. And if we, the people, who are the first branch of government, by the way, we're not the second, we are the first branch of government, we the people. If we don't turn back to God, you see, it's been a tradition in our country that someone calls the nation back to God when they're wayward. Our country is wayward, and so are the people. And so we need to come back to God. I have 30 initiatives I would like to do, but it's all mute if we don't return to God. We might get everything we want, but if we don't get God, we've lost everything. And that's what I got to say to start.
Okay. So, Rachel, your turn.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Rodriguez. I'm coming up from West Palm Beach. I'm here with my husband. I'm here because I've been serving the people of Florida as a litigator. I've been a litigator for 20 years, so don't hold that against me now that I'm also trying to be a politician. But what I noticed in the last few years is that the courts have failed their moral duty to the people to protect our individual rights. And so, how can I continue to serve people if that's my profession and I can't get them to do what they're supposed to do before God? So, I prayed about it after I was asked to run. And that's why I'm here, because the Lord said, "You're not done yet." So, this is the way I feel that I can continue to serve all of you. I want to reclaim parental rights. I want to restore medical freedom, all liberties, in fact. I want to reform the courts. I know a lot about that. I want to relieve working families on the affordability issue. And we need to reserve our land. God gave it to us, and we need to be stewards.
Okay, yeah, James, from you, thanks.
I think you should know who I am. Give you a quick biography. I don't drink. Jim Shaw, James W. Shaw, running for governor. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do any drugs. I'm not on any antidepressant. Why should you know that? Because you need somebody with a straight, sound mind running the place. So I'm telling you that. I've been married for 44 years. My wife and I have 8 children, 28 grandchildren, a full house. Okay, so I have a lot of skin in the game. I was the manager. I managed 550 Teamsters, local 430 up in Harrisburg, a tough bunch of guys. I know how to manage. I want to protect this. Wish I had more than a minute. God bless you.
Thank you. Caneste.
In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I greet everyone. My name is Caneste Sosi, and the next governor of Florida. And I'm here to represent Florida, and I'm here to represent everyone that who have been devastated about the cost of living, and also people that who have been struggling. I think that we can help them bring back and also take care of their family, because right now Florida is in trouble right now. We have a deep trouble because everything's at a high cost, and the gas price, apartments, and people, it's hard to survive this day. And I'm trying to bring everybody to have a better place, because Florida is a great paradise island. And I want to make Florida become a paradise for everyone. Thank you.
So, Bobby.
Awesome. We are one nation under what? We have to get God back in government, God back in schools, or will not change. For too long, we voted against the least of two evils. We got to get true godly character in this nation because it's no longer we the people right now. It's we the lobbyists and we the big corporations. And we got to have somebody that's going to fight for Florida, fight for you and me to have a voice for you. I've done that for the last 10 years. I run a ministry called the Freedom for Food Disaster Relief. I put over 100 million pounds, 350 million gift in kind into our economy for free during hurricanes and COVID. During COVID, I didn't shut down, I didn't mask, I didn't social distance. A lot of these guys talk about we're going to fight for our country, fight for our state, but where was you at during the greatest fight that our nation's put on us was COVID? So God bless y'all. Bobby Williams, Florida Governor.
Okay. We're going to talk about data centers. Many people are worried about these. It's,
It might get perfect, who knows? But right now, I even did a Google search on after the primary election, would at least all of the candidates still go on to the general ballot? And it didn't tell me anything. So AI didn't really work. If it gets perfect someday, great. But right now, I don't think AI is pretty good.
okay. Jim, what's your position on data centers?
Oh, we might need AI, but we're not going to have any in Florida. That's for sure.
Well, you wait. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh,
James, no, I was talking to Jim Holcomb here. Sorry, Jim, that's all right.
be excited.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
If that's our worst mistake, it'll be a good day. Okay. When I went to one of these campaign rallies, a young lady about 30 brought to my attention the issue of AI. She said it's very expensive and that the people in Pensacola don't want to pay for it. I would agree with that to what I know. And I think that people who want AI should pay for the expansion of the electrical system. That would be the military, and that would be say maybe some cities. A lot of the electric companies are privately owned, and if they have the wherewithal to do an AI expansion, and it's not at the expense of the citizens, I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, Daniel, what's your position on AI? What's your position on data centers?
Well, it depends on what the data center is. If it's AI, and what we're getting and what they're not telling us is that, first of all the resources it takes up, number one. I believe in decentralizing FPL, meaning we need to have an antitrust suit against them for they're the only game in town, and we should each have a PPP, personal power plants in our own home. Okay, so besides that, AI centers are going to be used for flock camera, something they're not telling us. Another thing they're going to be used for is digital currency, programmable money. Okay, and the other thing is 15-minute cities. If you don't know what 15-minute cities are, that is what China has. And they need these AI centers so that they can keep us under control. So am I for it or against it? Totally, absolutely against it.
Position is clear. Okay, Rachel, what's your position on data centers?
Well, first, I think that the rush to build them and even more of them in Florida, I believe we already have 7, smells, looks, and waddles and quacks like the 1800s gold rush. I think we need to slow it down and say, if you're just trying to make a quick buck as a developer or big business, we really need to understand whether these buildings are going to be used for any usable purpose in another year or 2 or 3. That's a serious issue. I'm also against these centers being used for the surveillance state. I think that we can keep up with the world on technology by decentralizing AI development. And additionally, I think that we need to stop the government from using eminent domain to take over property from the residents in order to build these. These are just a few issues and doesn't even get into the legal issues of AI, which is who is liable when somebody gets harmed.
Good. Okay, James, it's you now.
First off, we could talk to her blue in the face about keeping the data centers away. We're probably all in agreement. We don't want them. I actually went to the county commissioner meeting. On a local level, you got to fight this. You got to fight. You got to know your facts. You got to go down. You got to get your briefcase. You got to stand in front of people. You got to have some courage. You're going to say, my community is not going to have these data centers. That's what you have to do. We can talk all we want as politicians, but it's us as people that have to go to our local meetings and fight it. What do? They destroy the economy. The Microsoft chairman said they're going to take 175,000 white-collar jobs within the next year or what. I could go on the economy, the environment, and surveillance. No data centers.
Claire. Can you stay?
Yes, I'm not agree with AI, but I have my daughter. She's a pediatric surgeon from Duke University, and she was working as helping the people at the clinic, where she's usually put the chip right here on people's neck, where everywhere you go, what it is, the company will put it on chip. Wherever you go, they're watching you, they're monitoring you. And I told her, hey, the job like that, don't take it. I don't want you that kind of job like because I don't like it. I know AI probably belong to the government for the high level, but it's not for really for the little kid who is in high school who don't really know understand about AI. AI is a very high profile level and also is not good for the economy, like Mr. James said. So we need as we have to go to the century and we don't want to go behind. We don't want to be too behind the China because China is always ahead of us on everything. They create everything. They want to create all the best things for America. And America
Yeah, you need to just, you're going over your time, sorry. Just wind it up. You're going over your time.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's Bobby.
I'm against AI data. Florida is full of my message across the state. We're tired of AI data centers. We're tired of developers destroying Florida. We don't have the water. We don't have the infrastructure. I hate these people keep saying we're behind in China. China's already taken over our country. Everything we buy is from China. Our food's coming from China. Our networks from China. Everything, IT switches from China. They want to put AI data centers here because it's all about China. So we got to say enough is enough. It's not America first, it's America only. So we got to say enough. If they truly want data centers in America, put them in Detroit, Michigan. It's a perfect place for them. But for me, Florida's full.
Shit. So do you want a rebuttal, do you?
Not a rebuttal. I just want to explain that back in the 70s when I was growing up, all the plastic toys and stuff or whatever in the stores, well, they weren't from China. And it needs to go back to that.
Yeah. And you want to say something, Jim?
Yes. It's my understanding that our federal government has made some agreements with the state of Florida. Assuming we're not going to be able to stop it, maybe we can get some free electricity out of it.
Okay, fair point. Okay, the next question. Oh, yes, sure.
It'll be quick.
Yep.
If you read Revelation, all this is about the control, the mark, everything. And so, again, this was prophesied that it was going to happen. And all we can do is we can join together and we can return to God and let God delay that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, next question. I'm going to start with Rachel on this, then work this way, then back this way. Okay. So, Rachel, with the passage of the Live Local Act in 2023, which stripped local communities of oversight and handed developers an almost absolute legal right to build, what would you do as governor to protect our communities from being overrun by super AI data centers?
Well, there's a lot in the Live Local Act that I think we need to deal with. And this gets into the property taxes question. Why is it that the Live Local Act already gave all the property rebates and deductions to the developers, but didn't at the same time give that to the residents? This is what is the problem with our legislation. And this is the issue with the AI data centers. We already have legislation to hold them accountable to pay their expenses. What we have to do is stop playing Jenga with legislation where we pull one thing out and try to fix it here, pull this other thing out, and the entirety of our system is wobbling. We need to be very clear. If we're going to talk about property tax abatement, that has to be for everyone across the board, not pitting developers against the residents, which is at issue in any of these issues, property taxes, AI, etc. The residents are not against the developers and economic development. We need to work together.
Okay, great. Okay, so Daniel, what would you do to protect the people of Florida from AI center development or overdevelopment or misdevelopment?
Again, excuse me. Again, AI development, I am totally against what they're trying to do. They are not being open and honest about it. So all these tax breaks, first of all, I think tax and millage tax breaks should be going for everybody. But as far as the data centers and them getting extra privileges, first of all, I want to do moratoriums, and that's the only way that we can stop. That's the only way we can stop AI centers is through moratorium. And if we, the people, get together and we raise our voice as one, it will happen, and only through there. And I will be there to sign the bill to say yes to anything that comes through that is against AI. I used to design computers. I did basic language. I studied electricity, electronics. And so that's part of what I used to do. Got bored with it.
Okay, Jim. So what would you do to protect the people of Florida from AI data centers?
Well, first off, I'm for the people more so than the developers, the builders, and the government. My easiest solution would be to veto all the money.
So Arthur, what would you do as governor to protect people from the data centers, the negative consequences of such institutions?
I take the money away. I vetoed the budget that they're going to do this with.
Yeah. So okay, Arthur.
Okay. When you first mentioned it, I thought you said housing development. No?
No, I don't think so. No, I'm talking about AI data centers. There's a lot of concern about negative impacts. What would you do as Florida governor to fix or ameliorate those negative consequences?
Well, for 30 years, I've owned a computer support company. I'm not doing it anymore, but I still own it. And so I went into these data centers where there's, 6-foot tall cabinets with 20 servers in there. And anyway, I mean, I just don't think AI is effective. What else can I say? I mean,
okay. Well, Bobby, what would you do as governor to protect the people of Florida from the negative impacts of data centers?
First thing I would do is put a moratorium on data centers. Second thing I would do is stop rezoning. Now they're getting away with destroying Florida, data centers, any industry, they're rezoning. Make Florida's full. We can't keep going. We don't have the water. We don't have the infrastructure. They're taking our sanitation water as we speak right now and dumping our waters. Our rivers are polluted. We're losing our fishery. We're losing our tourism because we're allowing this. The reason why we got back to we the people, somebody in government is going to have a voice and an answer for this because, you know, it's going to keep destroying it. But no, it's simple, easy. Stop rezoning, moratorium. And I want to get back any kind of rezoning, anything. We got to get it out of county commissioners, out of city commissioners, come on the Live Local Act. We got to get back to we the people have to vote on it, where we the people have the voice.
No, we can't have time for. So, Canesti.
As the AI development, I think we, like Mr. Bobby said, we have to go to county commissioner and city commission to fight for the people because we are there to fight for the people. And whatever AI is very strong all over the country. And as we have to know exactly who gave them the ability, who give them the chance, and who give them the authority to do exactly what they have to do, and who give them the authorization in this country to do this, what they're doing. If it is a government or the private company, I think AI is, I know, is a feature for our kids and for the country. But the thing is, we need to be concerned because if you're not educated about AI and on certain level and do not authorize or do not allow kids to get involved, and also the government, because about the development also, you know, when because they have a big money, they're always going to give a company big money to do whatever they want to do, and we need to stop it.
Okay. So James, what would you do to protect the people of Florida from the negative consequences?
The word protect. And I think that has to be the main word. You need a governor that's going to protect you and stand up for you. You're going to need a governor with guts because this AI is billions and billions and billions, probably trillions of dollars that you're going to fight against. But we the people could fight against it. But I said locally. I belong to the local planning board where I'm at. I know everything that's going on. I know, even though I'm running for governor, I'm involved in my local meetings every month. So I know exactly what's going on, what's trying to creep in, who's trying to grease anybody's pocket. I know what's going on. You need a governor that's going to protect you and face the issues. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next question is to do with election integrity, a burning issue for all of us. I'm going to start here with Daniel and then work round again. So, Daniel, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen? If so, do you believe our weaknesses are, if so, where do you believe our weaknesses are, and what would you do as governor to fix them?
Well, I've been advocating for paper ballots one day. I like what Chris Gleason had to say, and we need to get back to that. You can't fudge those results. Also, having identity. You have to have an ID. I was asked this question on a voter guide by some group. Anyways, they said, do you believe that we should restrict voting by having ID? I said, well, if we were all pure as the driven snow, I'd say we could go ahead and not use ID. But most everybody that wants to not use their ID would cheat and would lie. And so you have to have that ID also, paper ballots one day.
Thank you. Okay, Jim, what would you do to, do you believe the election was stolen, and what would you do to fix our problems if so?
Okay, I think we should start with the voter rolls, that they should be checked at least, probably purged every 2 years. I would make no more than 4 days for voting. That would be the weekend prior to the Tuesday. And mail-in votes would have to be postmarked prior to the election day. If they come in after the election day, they don't count either. They have to be at the election office by 7 o'clock or whatever closing time is on election day. I would make election day at least a state holiday. I can't make it a national holiday, but I would do my best to make sure that everybody had the day off to vote, whether they wanted to vote or not. And then finally, I would say that the address for the mail-in ballots had to be a real residence, not a business, not a post office, and not a building with 500 immigrants.
Okay. Arthur, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen? If you have concerns about voter integrity, what would you do as governor to fix them?
I do believe that it was stolen. But, you know, like everyone's saying, paper ballots with a driver's license or whatever. There's also an opportunity of doing it online, but you'd need like a webcam to just have it look at your eye just to make sure. But I don't know. I mean, are we still doing paper ballots this year?
Some places too.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably do that this year.
Okay, Bobby, what do you believe the 2020 election was stolen, and how would you address any shortcomings in our system?
Yes, 2020 election was stolen. You fix it quick and easy. Voter fraud, treason on our country. 20 years to death penalty, 20 years minimum, death penalty max. That'll fix all your waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse. See, it's that quick, that simple. Number two, a voter holiday, state voter holiday. 1 day only. You walk in, paper ballots, walk in only, and it solves almost every one of your problems.
Caneste.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a good question. I used to work for supervisor election for 8 years, and I used to do outreach for the Palm Beach County, and I participate on all the events as an outreach. I go to all these 11 high school and 7 university, and I also participate in the election system. What we used to do is what I agree right now is a technology, but during the 2004, 2008, we have to, when we had a glitch in the computer, when we had the problems with the election, because the chip needs to be clean, and that's so they need to change the computer. The computer system is a whole computer, and if you have a computer system, it's whole, and they need to be changed, and no one changed the equipment. You know that it's going to have a problem during election time. And I work there and I supervise there. I know exactly what's going on. And also, election should be people walking and vote, walk, not ballot, because there is a lot of corruption in ballot. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. James, do you believe the election was stolen, and what would you do to fix any problems?
Well, first, let me say Stalin, who ran Russia during the World War II, who actually took the guns away and proceeded to kill about 60 million of his own people. His viewpoint was, it doesn't matter who votes. What matters is who counts them. All right? And I don't want a machine counting any vote. All right? The risk and reward is I'll go with people. We'll just try to cut the corruption down because that's always there. As far as being stolen, I remember it was like yesterday. There was 5 states involved. I went to bed at 8. Well, I was watching the election was over at 8 o'clock. Pennsylvania was up by about 400,000, an important swing state, or maybe it was 700,000. It took about 2 days before you knew it. Pennsylvania kept going down, the next 48 hours, the next 72 hours, and all of a sudden, Biden won Pennsylvania. And this went for about 4 states. It was ridiculous.
Okay. Rachel, do you believe the election was stolen, and what would you do to address any shortcomings in the system?
Well, absolutely, it was stolen. Excuse me. And now we have all the evidence to show that in the public, declassified. Thank you, President Trump. Now, many people knew that and they suffered for it. So one thing you didn't ask in the question is, what do we do to compensate those who were politically detained in the United States of America? We need accountability for those who did it, and we need them to be vindicated financially for that. In Florida, I agree that we need to have 1 day holiday. But we also cannot avoid the absentee ballot, which is not the mail-in ballot. These have very limited bases, especially for our military and others. So we need to have that. No foreign money in our elections. Chris Gleason has done an excellent job of outlining that, and we need to take those into consideration. There are thousands of non-citizens actually voting in Florida. We need to prosecute that to the full extent of the law, and we should not stop counting on Election Day until we're done. No stopping and restarting on another day.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Just one comment.
Yeah.
I do believe that the election was stolen all across the country.
Okay. Now the next question, I'm going to start with Jim and move back rounds and finish there. Okay. This is related. Do you believe the voting machine should be shut down and replaced with hand ballots? Why or why not? Many of you have already addressed this, but just re-emphasize it.
This is the question about voting machines?
Yeah, should do you believe the voting machine should no longer be used and hand counted ballots only used? Yes or no?
I think that there should be no computer at all, anywhere involved with our voting.
Okay. What about you, Arthur? Do you believe machines are okay or they should not be used any longer?
The machines are the computers, and I think they should be used.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, Arthur will say his piece now.
Yeah, I can tell you that using computers to file your votes, that can work, but it just needs to be secured. And there's plenty of ways to secure it, but someone isn't doing it properly. It can be done. Can be done on a computer, but I also prefer the paper. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, Bobby, what do you think? Do you think we should continue? I think you've already addressed this, but you can re-emphasize it. Okay, that's straightforward. So, Caneste.
Yeah, I think voting system it's very complicated in the state of Florida because we have so much corruption. Because if you go to my website and you see me 2012, I was fighting against what happened in at the supervisor election. Yes, I think paper ballot and the machine is not. I'm not with. I'm not agree with it. No.
Okay. Okay. James.
No, the thing about it is it can't be taken lightly because our election process, that's the foundation of everything. Think about it. Everything we deal with, everything we protest is supposed to be elected and decided upon. Politics come from policies come from beliefs, and beliefs come from faith. And it does boil down to, I hear the word Christian a lot. I am a Christian. If there's no integrity, if it's all corrupted, then the whole thing's a mess. We got to find good, strong, Christian believing people to run this country.
So, Rachel, what's your position on voting machines?
No, they're not working. If they did, and we could measure that the corruption was not changing the election, okay, but that's not what was happening. And there's a black box problem where you can't see in the machines. They're connected to the internet, and they lie about that too. So whereas human beings can also lie, in my profession, there's a lot of them. Nonetheless, we can hold them accountable. You can't hold a machine accountable, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah, Daniel.
No computers, paper ballots only. I mean, I've already answered that. So.
Yep. Fair enough. Thank you. Now, this is to do with Islam, which is becoming quite a big issue in this state. And I'm going to start here with Arthur. Do you believe our national security is at risk due to radical groups promoting Islamization and or communism? Please explain.
Well, my first wife was from Turkey. I lived in Turkey for 2 years, and that's an Islam country. And all the people were great. But when they're in this country and they want to kind of change things or force things, that's not good. So I don't know. I mean, if they're just a resident living in a neighborhood and they're peaceful and kind, fine. But if someone makes a group and they want to start tearing apart towns and stuff, or what the people want to believe in, then we need to get rid of them.
So, Bobby, do you believe our national security is at risk because of the growth of Islam in this country and communism? If so, please explain.
Yeah, 100%. We see it across the nation, across the country. That's the reason why we got to get back and stand on our principles, one nation under God. You know, we are a biblical nation. We are a Christian nation. We have a word of God as our foundation, and we can't allow people to come here. They got to simulate to us what we believe in. There's a reason why we are the greatest nation in the world. It's not because of Muslims and your way of thinking. It's because we are one nation under God, a biblical Christian, Jesus Christ follower. And we're not going to waver from that until we get strong men and women. That's the reason why Matthew 7:16 is my scripture. You'll know them by their fruit. A lot of people says, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, but as soon as they go out the church door, they're a whole different person. And that's the reason why we got to have leaders that lead on true Christianity and true beliefs and not willing to sway and not willing to maneuver. And a perfect example of that was during COVID. How many churches shut down? How many leaders masked up? How many people bowed down because of fear? And we do that. Muslims are going to do the same thing. We have strong Christian faith.
Okay. Ineste.
Yes, I do believe the country found by God, Jesus Christ, and we need to stay with Jesus Christ and stay with God, and because the country is the best country around the world, and that's the number one in the world. So we need to follow Jesus Christ in the name of Christ. Thank you.
Okay, James, what would you do? Believe there is a security threat due to Islamization and or communism?
Ask Europe. In the year 2000, some say there was only 50,000 Muslims in Europe. It's up to 46 million. All right. In England, they've been voted in as far as the top largest cities in England. Okay. The Muslims are taking over, but it's because of us. And somebody shouted it out at the last meeting. The rate of us, everybody in this room, maybe 2 children per family. All right. Who's coming over 8 per family. How are you going to win in a democratic society? If it was my dream, all right, you could become citizens. You can't vote for 4 generations. You could become a citizen, enjoy the country. You can't vote. All right, that's what would be my dream as far as that goes. Okay, because we've been weaponized. They've been weaponized to destroy us, and all I'm looking at is a track record in Europe.
Rachel, are you concerned about? Is there a security risk as far as you're concerned from Islamization or communism?
I had to stand up to stretch. Yes, I think that the issue is that Islam is not merely a religion, it is a whole political system, legal system, and judicial system, which is not compatible with our federal or our state constitution. Our state constitution doesn't grant. It says that we have already inherently religious freedom, which we do. But it specifically says in our Constitution that religious activity, religious expression cannot override public morals, peace, or safety. And so any belief or action that is going to do that, we need to look at that carefully and we need to deal with that under the law.
Okay, so Daniel, what's your take on this?
I grew up in Flint, Michigan, near Detroit. Okay, so we dealt with that down there. And then My son had a fall in 2023 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and he fell 8 feet, cracked his skull, and we were right in the middle of Somalia. Okay. And what they do there is they spread everything out. But this is the problem. The Constitution tells us that we need to, anyone who aids and abets the enemy is treasonous. Our court systems are aiding and abetting the enemy. They need to be locked up. Sorry. They need to be locked up. And we need to go after our judges who are saying, no, they can stay and they can do. When I was given a question, why should we, the Muslim Democratic Federation, endorse you? I said, because I can lead you back to the God that you are alienated from, who is Jesus Christ. That was my answer to them.
Okay. So, Jim, are you concerned about Islamization or communism in this country?
I didn't understand the question.
Well, are you concerned? Do you believe there's a security risk in this country from the increased Islamization of some parts of the country and or their communist allies?
Well, there's certainly a lot of people that are pushing the communist agenda. I think they want to rob our country and destroy the Constitution. As far as Islam, there's Florida Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, Section B. The governor is supposed to enforce compliance with any duty or restrain any unauthorized act. I think the Islam Sharia law is definitely an unauthorized act. And I think that our Constitution, Article 5, Section 1, the judicial power shall be vested in the Supreme Court, the District Court, the Appeal Court, the Circuit Court, and the County Court. And the only other addition to those is the Traffic Court.
So we go back to Bobby this time, starting. There's a related question. Now, there are a lot of mosques in this country. We know from people like the Rare Foundation and others that many of these mosques are tied to terrorism. Many of them are very politically active in the community. As governor, what would you do about the growing number of mosques in our communities, if anything? Or what could you do if you wanted to do something?
Well, the difference you said is could. I'm not going to tell you something I don't know that I can do as a governor, but obviously we would fight against mosques. You know what I'm saying? I don't know legislation, what you can do as a governor, because we do have a free nation, free religion. So I don't know what we could do legalistically, but ultimately we got to do that. But one of the biggest things is you need to understand is what you said, they're influenced politically. So one way we got to get rid of it is we got to get rid of PACs. If we get rid of PACs, they quit buying elections, they quit buying votes, they quit buying seats. And that way we get back to these seats being voted in instead of bought in. And a lot of times that's what they're doing. So if you look at these guys' donors, whether it's Muslims or Chinese, they're buying these seats. But legislative, obviously, will fight against mosques and we'll do what we can against them. But constitutionally, obviously, I abide by it.
Caneste, what would you do, if anything, about the growing number of mosques in the community? Would you do anything if you could, and what would that be?
Well, I will check with first of all, I will call the U.S. Senate. I will call the Washington, D.C., because they always have a lobby, people lobbyists for them, and who fund them, and who helps them, who's behind it. And then because you might try to fight with something that you don't even know. Sometimes we might try to fight something and people that who's near you who's against you. So therefore, in government, in that kind of Hamas is big in this country, because I used to live by them in West Palm Beach, Florida. So before the 9/11, because I've been living here since 1983. So there's a lot of things that I see that I'm experienced about it. So we need to know exactly who's in charge, who's behind it. And even though you're against it, but you need to know exactly who's funding them, who give them the authorization to operate in this country. This is the United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, James, what would you do, if anything, about the growing number of mosques in our community, in our state?
Great question. My best friend as a kid growing up in the neighborhood was a Muslim. My best friend was Muslim, but we got along because we never talked about Islam. All right. The thing is, we know it's an invasion, and we see what's going on. And the only European countries that are existing, Poland, they only took in 2% Islam. Hungary only took in 2%. Look at poor Stockholm. That was such a beautiful, Sweden 6 million, Finland 4 million, Lithuania 3 million, Estonia 2 million, Latvia 3 million. All these beautiful countries weaponized by invaders coming up and destroying them. This is a fact, gang. They're trying to take us over, but they're coming at us with numbers. Numbers. In our society, that's a tough thing to fight. We'd have to fight it, but through education, it's going to be a fight. I got the guts to do it.
Okay. So Rachel, would you do anything about the growing number of mosques if you could, or would you not, and what could you do if you decided to?
Based on your question, I think the only thing I could do on that question as governor is lead by example and demonstrate that my God, the living God, is the answer to everything that human beings are concerned about for our families, for our businesses, our productivity, to protect us, to lead us in faith over fear. That's the main thing I would do as a governor, to demonstrate what it means to have a loving family and children that obey their parents and honor their parents, and parents that love and nurture their children. But when it comes to the concerns about Islam as a political and a legal and judicial system, that's already addressed in our Constitution. It cannot be incompatible with our laws.
So Daniel, what would you do if you could do anything, if you wanted to?
Well, being up in Minnesota and the temperature of basically Minneapolis, it was like the gay capital, second gay capital next to San Francisco. And if we don't understand, like in Iran, 60,000 mosques have closed down. 60,000 mosques have closed. Okay? What we're not being the Christian we need to be. We're not being the person that Christ has called us to be. What we can do is we can make it so desirable to be a Christian, but we ourselves have to repent from our legalism, our condemnation. We need to take on Christ. And then, you know what? All these mosques will go away if we repent. We have to repent. Minnesota has not repented, and they're getting what comes, and that's tyranny, which the Bible says will happen.
Okay, Jim, what would you do as governor, if anything, to control a growing number of mosques, and how would you do it if you decided to?
The First Amendment says freedom of religion. So I don't think we, as a government, can control mosques. I think that they have a right to exist by our Constitution, our state constitution, and our federal constitution. And I just don't have an answer that would not violate our Constitution.
Okay, so what about you, Arthur? Would you concerned about the growing number of mosques? Would you do anything about it? Could you do anything about it?
Okay, I noticed that everyone here has already mentioned that they're Christian, right? I'm the only one who hasn't said it yet. Anyway, I was born and raised Catholic, and in my early 30s, I just didn't think that I agreed totally to Catholicism. So I was trying to figure out what other religion can I look at and be. And So after maybe a few years of just trying to decide, I couldn't decide. So I just decided I would just be spiritual. But that includes and is 100% Christ. And as far as the Islam mosques, my I mean, there's not just Christ religions in America, there are others. They should have the right to believe in what they believe, but there are certain laws that even the Muslims cannot do in this country. For example, a man cannot marry 4 wives in the United States. But anyway, I'm Christian.
So now we're going on to the affordability issue, something that touches every single one of us every single day. Now, the first question, this will be Caneste. Okay. Lawmakers placed a sweeping constitutional amendment, Amendment 3, on the November 3rd ballot to expand the homestead exemption. Some believe it will strain local services. What do you think, and what would you do to bring homeowners relief if it does not pass?
Well, I think I'll start with property taxes. First of all, people that in Florida, especially in the middle, who lives around Miami, Broward County and South Beach area, and I live in Delray Beach, Florida. So I think the property taxes and the homeowner is very high. I think we need to reduce. We need to reduce the property taxes, and we need to reduce the tax exempt for the people, because I think people struggle right now because most people have a housing and the insurance cost is very high, and they almost have a double price they have to pay, make a payment every month. So me as a governor, I'm going to reduce the cost of living. I'm looking, I'm going to reduce the cost of living and the property taxes and homeowner. I'm going to reduce that so people can live better, because I feel like Florida is a paradise, so people should live better. No fear, too much fear in Florida. Thank you.
Okay, James. So just to restate the question quickly, the November 3rd, they're voting on the homestead exemption. Some are against that because they think it's going to strain local services. Many are for it. What do you think? Do you think it's a good idea, a bad idea? And if it doesn't pass, what would you do to give homeowners relief?
Well, as a politician, sometimes you have to have a little logic and take a step back. What caused all this? When COVID struck, Florida took all, I'm going to call them refugees, from New York, from Colorado, from Minnesota. They loved Florida. They swamped in. So all of a sudden, our houses, if it was worth $100,000, it went up to $200,000. $200,000 went up to $400,000. $500,000 went up to $1 million, sticking your chest out. But all of a sudden, your taxes went up. All of a sudden, your insurance went up. So we got swamped. So what's happening is little by little, we're like in the top of the country right now for foreclosures. Things are dropping dramatically. DeSantis took the leash off because all we had was one insurance carrier. It's up to 17 now. That's dropping by about 10%. So I wouldn't jump to anything. But real quick, as far as you're concerned, Tampa, $400 million in revenue, 110 million would be pulled out of that. So you'd have to figure out, where am I going to get 110 million?
Okay. So, Rachel, what do you think of this, the November 3rd ballot? Do you think it's a harmful thing or a good thing? And what would you do if it doesn't pass to help homeowners?
Well, I think the general idea is that we don't want property taxes. Do we actually own our property, or does somebody else and we rent it? That's the question. That's the first principle. So we want to go down to zero if possible. So the question is, how do you backfill the services that the government is providing at local and state levels on that? And I look at this to say, everything that we're going to talk about in affordability needs to be addressed on, is it consuming the people or allowing their productivity to flourish? And so I don't think that as it is right now, we'll be able to reduce the property tax overnight, but I don't think that's what the amendment is doing. It's saying we're going to take the steps necessary and work towards that, but it can't be done in a vacuum. We have to look at waste, fraud, and abuse at the local and state level. I'm going to talk about this more, but there's up to 150 agencies, many of which are licensure boards at the state level. We cut that, we find money to give to the property tax issue.
Okay, Daniel, what's your view?
Tax relief, I think we should end all property taxes and the millage, because what the local government can do is raise the millage to get the surplus that is missing. The other thing is we have become so entitled in this country, we're actually leaning towards communism. We think that we are entitled to services. And so, and I put this out before, our country's GDP is 31 trillion. We have 31% tax collection, which is 9.6 trillion. That does not include customs, does not include tariffs, does not include excise taxes, permits, everything that we have to pay, all the tolls, everything else. So I'm against taxes. I'm against it. And we're not going to, until we get to the place where each little community starts putting up their own, doing their own services and quit paying someone else to do it, schools, everything. We've got to get that entitlement mentality back to an American mentality.
So
a high homestead exemption, which would take burden off of me, but it would still leave the burden with the wealthy. Now, I don't want to sound like to tax the rich person, because I'm not. One of the things I think we should do to offset that tax benefit is we're all suffering from a tourist tax. We're not paying it, but we're not getting it either. We have all these people coming from up north, or from Egypt or wherever, and they're paying tourist tax, but we're not getting the benefit of any of it. There's a Alaskan mineral tax where they're getting money, and there's a Social Security benefit called the Galveston Plan, where people are having their own Social Security plan, and we don't get that.
So what do you think, Arthur?
I think a lot, because this is not, hello. I think a lot about this. It's one of the things I already mentioned, but taxes are important. How's a city, county, or even the state offices going to run? Property taxes are I think in my opinion, are the highest collections that the state makes. Now, I don't want property taxes to be too high. My recollection is DeSantis, he said instead of 50,000, you don't have to pay tax. He jacked it up to 150,000. But let's see. So anyway, property tax is important, but I would want to lessen it a little bit, but not a lot. The offices need the money. And okay.
So Bobby, what's your opinion on this issue?
I'm for I'm for no property tax for two reasons. Number one, we live in an unaffordable state. Right now, your widows, even low-income families can't even live, support. What gives the government the right to take your greatest inheritance, your greatest wealth accumulation? What gives them a right? Second thing is this. We talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. What changes? Nothing. The only way you're going to get these counties and cities from spending money is pull the property tax away from them. I use this example. If you got a 12-year-old spoiled rotten kid who has access to mommy and daddy's credit card, when will he ever quit spending? Never will. Second thing is they're going to whine and complain, right? They say, well, you ain't going to have a sheriff. You ain't going to have your education system. Our own governor says we have so much money coming in. We have a rainy day fund, a slush fund. Right now we have $19 billion in reserves in the state of Florida. We have enough to take care of it. So quit believing the lies, because it's a waste, fraud, and abuse that's the problem and the issue. So I'm for no property tax.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is related, so I'm going to start here with James. So the rising cost of utilities is skyrocketing. What is your plan to reduce household electrical and water costs?
Well, the quick answer is I'd like to make Florida as sovereign as we could possibly be. Why can't we negotiate deals, even with gasoline companies that come into our states? You know, there again about Europe, there's 52 countries in Europe, all right? And we have 24 million people living here. Out of those 52 countries, we would be like number 8 as far as we've got to start looking ourselves as a country in our negotiation with deals with electric, with solar, with gasoline. We got to start thinking sovereign, all right? Because there's 50 states, but I don't want to compare us with anybody. I want Florida to be Florida, and that's how I believe it.
So, Rachel, what would you do about the household electrical and water costs?
Well, one thing is hold the companies accountable to actually do the job. If they're going to read meters, then they ought to do that and have the numbers correct. Many, many times they don't even do that. So they're making up numbers. Why should you pay something that's made up? So there needs to be accountability of the companies. I think somebody mentioned earlier, we need to have more competition. That's always an American approach to high costs. We need to have that. I'd also agree that to the extent we have the ability to have energy within our state, we need to increase that. We also need to encourage those who have the capacity to have alternative energy at a local level that is very local in homes or in businesses. We need to encourage that and lower the regulatory red tape that keeps people from using those options.
Okay, good. So, Daniel, what's your view?
Well, I already said before, we need to decentralize the electrical grid. Everybody, I mean, I had a big argument with FPL. They charged me $800 to change out a meter. I called them up and I said, listen, you just bought Gulf Power out of here in Pensacola, and now you want us to pay because you can't pay for it. Okay, we are paying their bills because they can't pay for it, and now they are charging us for all of the solar panels that are going up all over the country, all over there. Why not pay the people to put them on their own house, take them off the grid, and now we don't have power outages because now we have our own power plants in our own home. We can go to battery electricity where you have a perpetual motion machines that goes ahead and charges up batteries, and you can get AC and DC off of that. Pure Water Act criminalized chemical-laden water. And so anyways, decentralize it all. We need antitrust suits against these people.
So, Jim, what's your view? How do we get the prices down?
We're talking
Mainly water and electricity we're referring to.
what's wrong?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to talk too long. I'm not sure how the governor is supposed to fix the electric bills, because I don't believe that it's in the Constitution anything about electricity, but nonetheless, they're private companies. So I don't think other than turning off your air conditioner, I don't think there's anything people can do to fix their electricity. But the governor's, that's not a governor issue.
So Arthur, what's your view on this issue?
I know that the electric and water utilities have almost doubled. Am I correct? Kind of almost doubled. Well, in my case, it has. And so, of course, I don't like that. But what else can we do? A governor probably can kick out a private business who's giving all the people in Florida electricity. A governor might be able to do that. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's been increased. The way to bring it down is to bring down the economy. There's one thing that I believe in that a lot of people probably don't, but I do not believe in minimum wage. Minimum wage is what's jacking up the economy year after year after year, decade after decade. And if minimum wage was gone, I mean, a loaf of bread would be 12 cents. Oh, stop. Thanks.
Yeah, do you want to make a brief? I was just going to allow Daniel to make a brief comment there.
Yeah, a brief comment on what governors can and cannot do. We have the power to introduce, and we have the power to veto, and we have the power to introduce bills that will limit the FPL and different companies that are working. And we can also bring lawsuits like Governor DeSantis brought against Disney. So we can do, there's a lot we can do. As far as FPL is concerned, they use smart meters. I've done my study on that. Those things are just ridiculous. We need to go back to, everybody needs to go back to the regular meters because it's charging way more, because it's taking out, just being in construction, what it does is it measures everything. This any way that that's going, it is measuring and it's doubling all of our electricity. We need to go back where they have to actually see the meter. The smart meters, it's 5G. They don't have to do anything.
No, well, I'll go to Bobby first, then Sinesti. Bobby, what would you, no, Bobby first. Sorry. Yep.
Lord help us. There's two things the governor can do. Number one is obviously we got to quit buying votes, all these PACs, all these donors donating to these campaigns. That's number one we need to stop and fix. But the biggest thing the governor can do, none of these guys are talking about it, is I, as the governor, appoint the utility commission. And every time the utility companies go get a raise, the utility commission says yes. Why? Because the donors are donating to the governor and the governor's campaign. There are things we as governor can do to make these decisions to make them say no. So thank y'all.
And Sinesti. Yes.
Yeah, I think the governor, as the governor, when I'm the governor in Florida, this is what I should do. I'm going to supervise the reader. The machine needs to be reader, because I have so many people in my area complain about the high level, how much they pay the bills, water and electricity. And all that's ridiculous. I think we need to have the county commissioner have people out there to speak to the city commissioner to have a problem, the people that will have a problem with the reader machine about electricity. And also too, if you home, you don't use the electricity, turn it off. And if you want to, when you use it again, you turn it on too. That's help too. But the thing is, the company, we need to have more company as a competitive to FPL, to other company in this in the state of Florida. I think we need more company, not only the solar panel, but we need to have different type of other company to competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to talk about mandates now and health, vaccines, etc. Now, as a preamble, should you? This is a general question. Should you win the primary on August 18th? The Democrat who would likely win would be David Jolly, who has said the first thing he would do would be to get rid of Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo. Okay, first thing. So here's a question starting with Rachel. What policies do you believe Dr. Joseph Ladapo has got right or wrong?
First of all, this is why I'm here in this race, is to support the work that DeSantis and Ladapo have done, because I was doing that. We were part of the Grassroots that said in 2020 and particularly in 2021, the legislature is going in the wrong direction. Renner voted in favor of keeping all of you from being able to get redress in the courts, and then extended that, as did DeSantis in 2022, even though we shut down the mandates in November 2021. It was my lawsuit with the firefighters in Orange County that DeSantis entered as an amicus, the state of Florida, to say we support the plaintiffs against this mandate coming down. So this is an existential fight in Florida, and we can't let up the gas pedal on this. So obviously, as governor, I would support Dr. Ladapo. I'd work with him to do even more, to speak even more boldly with regard to the medical freedoms for all Floridians.
So Daniel, do you believe Dr. Ladapo's got things right or wrong?
I think he got it right. I actually, before Governor DeSantis stopped the mandates, I wrote to my Congressman Mike Hill in Pensacola because I'd seen Event 201. Anybody watch Event 201? Yeah, that was they were planning with Bill Gates Foundation and Johns Hopkins University. That all this already planned, all their news releases, everything was already done. And I sent a note to my congressman. I said, has DeSantis seen this? No, he hasn't. So when he saw that, it was right after that that things started happening with him because they didn't know that this was already planned and that Bill Gates needs to go to jail. So does Anthony Fauci. I put out a citizen's arrest against Anthony Fauci way back in the day. And if I ever see the man, I will wrestle him to the ground. Listen, all of his dissertations on the Spanish flu, he said in his dissertation, I've got it in my computer, the mask is what kept the Spanish flu going. And he said, you have to wear masks. So liars. I'm a little bit upset about that.
So, Jim, what do you think Dr. Ladapo has got right and wrong?
Well, I was a fireman for almost 30 years, and we did not wear masks. We put the mask on the sick person, and that would be a good start. There's Dr. Robert Young. He's a scientist that does the electrons. He did this list of all the things that were in 4 of the vaccines. I brought probably enough for everybody to have a copy of this if they want, but the things that you put in your bodies when you took this vaccine was not good. There's also, I have a copy of this Nuremberg Code. This says you cannot, I'll read it exactly. The voluntary consent of human subjects is absolutely essential. The Nuremberg Code says they can't put stuff in us without our approval. I have several friends who have died because they got COVID vaccines, and I have a friend who's been in heart issues for 4 years because he took the vaccine.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Jim. So, Arthur, what do you think? Do you think Dr. Ladapo has got things right or wrong?
I don't know who Dr. Lobato is, but
well, he's the senior health official in the state. He's very much for medical freedom, generally.
Well, health means a lot to me, and it is part of the things on my list. And there's certain things that are good and certain things that I don't think should be happening, like doctors giving prescriptions to people for the rest of their entire life. Maybe 1% have to have that, but I think doctors are doing that just to make more money. Anyway, I don't know about this doctor, so.
So, Bobby, what's your opinion on what Dr. Ladapo has done? Ladapo.
Are we supposed to answer your question or just beat around the bush? Anybody got an answer to that one? I'm just asking for a friend. I agree with him 100%, and my life says that. I didn't COVID, I didn't mask, I didn't shut down, I didn't do it. We have to have medical freedom. I believe in the blood of Jesus. You know, that prevails everything. So we got to quit having the government tell us what we do. They keep doing mandates, they keep doing everything, they keep forcing us to do something. That's the reason why we got to get back to we the people, get truly godly character people in these seats so we can have total freedom, not just medical freedom, but all our freedoms.
Okay. Canesti.
Yeah, I would like. I want to say that thank you to Governor DeSantis to leave the Florida's open doing that COVID. He did a good job. Not only bring some business people in business here, he bring more attractive people who want to come to Florida, have a vacation, and people love Florida for vacation because Florida is a paradise. When doing the COVID, my daughter, she's a pediatric surgeon from Duke University. She said, "Daddy, do not take that. Don't take the shot. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's no good because that's a poison." So I spoke to a lot of people about it, and then I did put some mask on my face for a week, and after a week, I don't use the mask anymore. I think Dr. Fashion, whatever his name is, I think he needs to go to jail. That's what I'm concerned. Dr. J.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci, yeah. Okay, James, what's your view?
I love the doctor. I knew nothing about the gentleman, but I was watching national TV. I saw the guy on. I said, who is this guy? He's absolutely fantastic. All right. As far as myself goes, it was almost, it was like a spiritual thing. The Lord said, don't take that vaccine. I didn't take it. My wife didn't take it. My 8 children did not take it. My in-laws didn't take it, nor 24 of my grandchildren. None of us taken it. We're perfect.
Thank you. Well, now we're going on to the last question. It's related. The COVID vaccine was mandated by many businesses and the military. Here in Florida, some were fired or lost their businesses. Did you now I'm going to start with Daniel here. Did you personally receive the COVID vaccine, and what are your thoughts on vaccines going forward?
I did not take the stab. Okay. I call it the kill stab. Okay. I did not take that, would not, nor did my family. I don't know about my extended family, what they did. But as far as vaccines, I've done enough study on it. No. I have 6 children from 11 down to 4. I delivered my last 3 children. Now, they said that Mrs. Biden was a doctor, and then, okay, but what was it? The Wall Street Journal said you can only be called a doctor if you've delivered a baby. So I don't know if you can call me doctor or not. I like to kind of call myself doctor, but anyways, no vaccines. We did not vaccinate any of our children. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
So Jim, did you get the shot, and what's your view of vaccines going forward?
My sister told me that there was a lot of bad in the shot, and I believed her, and I never took the shot. There was a doctor in New York. His name is Zelenko. He's credited with saving 43 or 47,000 lives,
including me.
And he gave them zinc, vitamin D, and Curistin. The Curistin is non-prescription, and they actually had Curistin on the MASH television show to cure malaria. So it's been around since the Korean War, and it's non-prescription. And if people took that, they probably never get flu or any of the other related diseases.
So, Arthur, did you get the shot, and what's your view of vaccines going forward?
No, I never got the shot, and I never wanted it. I had a family, and I wanted to protect them and myself. I may have, the masks. I may have worn that for a week or something, but I didn't like it. Anyway, what's the point about this?
Well, there's a lot of mandates, for instance, in Florida schools. Kids have got to get vaccinated. Would you, for instance, support that continuing or discontinuing?
No, I do not. I do not agree with doctors giving kids or even adults medications just to stop a possible other thing. No, just live your life, healthy, and you won't need those vaccinations.
Okay.
Sorry that you.
No,
had
that's
to-
fine.
yeah.
That's fine. Oh. Okay, Bobby, what's your view here?
No and no.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Canesti, what did you take the shot, and what about vaccines going forward?
No, I didn't take it. I've been taking a leaf medicine because where I grew up, we believe in leaf medicine. We don't believe in those kind of stuff. No. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, leaves medicine. Yes, that's
herbal medicines. Yeah. So, James, what about you?
I'm not even going to stand up for this one. No mandates, no shots, no masks.
So, Rachel, are you the only one here who took the shot?
Absolutely not.
Good.
I want to make clear that we need to fight both for those who lost their jobs and their livelihoods, which I have in court against Disney, all the way to the Supreme Court, against Amgen, against the Washington Nationals Baseball Club. I've sued all of them, Morgan & Morgan. I did that, but I also support those who were injured by the vaccine. We cannot divide as a people over this. We need to hold those accountable in the COVID criminal enterprise who are responsible. And to that end, I have sought in 7 states, and I started right here in Florida with a brief petitioning our attorneys general and district attorneys to open criminal investigations and, if probable cause, to prosecute, to indict and prosecute. And we opened 2 criminal investigations in Texas and in Arizona, and we're not letting up. It is on James Uthmeyer's desk. I believe he's looking into it, and I hope to hear from him soon.
Great. Well, thank you very much to all the panelists. Now we're going to give all of you 2 minutes each. And I'm going to start with Jim. You give 2 minutes, your closing statement to the audience. Thanks. And this will be very strictly enforced, won't it?
I believe that I'm the best qualified person to be your governor. Now, there might be a few people up here that might think otherwise, but they're wrong.
Fair enough. So what about you, Arthur? You've got 2 minutes now.
Okay, so yes, I want to run for governor. I am. I want to become governor. And the reason I can tell you, it's to help the people. I don't know if you saw my sign out there. I really, I care about the state offices. Those are very important. So those needed to be helped as well. But the people are more important, and they need to be helped. And all I'm going to do, whatever laws, whatever things we do, is going to be to help the people. And that's it.
Okay. So, Bobby, well, your 2 minutes worth.
Obviously, there's 2 things that solve our economy, our state, everything. Number 1 is godly character. Godly character is going to fix 95% of our problems, because waste, fraud, abuse, backdoor deals, money laundering, all the stuff that's going on. If you have true godly character, you're not going to be bought. You're not going to be paid for. I have the character to show that. Number two is common sense. It's that simple, that easy, because there's a lot of issues and a lot of problems in this state, and it needs to be fixed. And you need somebody who's going to fight for you, because we got to get back to we the people instead of we the lobbyists and we the big corporations. So obviously for me, like I said before, I've been doing this for the last 10 years. A lot of these guys, when I become governor or gals, when I become governor, I'm going to do this. I've been fighting for our state for the last 10 years. I'm on our EOC. I've done hurricane disaster relief. Our own governor said this: you don't even know who our governor is till a hurricane shows up. I've showed up for every hurricane. I stay before the cameras and I stay after cameras, and I'm here to fight for the people. Thank y'all. God bless.
Okay, Canesti, your closing statement.
Yeah, I'm asking you a favor to elect Canester Susi for the next governor of Florida, so we can change the Florida to become a paradise and a state for people to live, and with no fear, because we have so much problems. We're in trouble that in Florida, cost of living, the gas price, and the economy and the job. We need to bring more job industrial here, and we can bring more people here to because Florida is very attractive, and we need more visitor here, because the cost of living is no good. It's no good, and I think that we need to bring more money here for the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. So James, your closing thoughts.
My name is James W. Shaw, Shaw for governor, and I want to protect you. As I said before, I have about 42 people in my immediate family. I was a boss. I was in charge of 550 people. I've owned my own companies where I've signed thousands of checks, so I know what businesses are. I know how to delegate and negotiate and know how to listen. To be a good leader, you have to be a listener. You never learn anything by speaking. And I just want to give one example of what happened, which was very treacherous. 20 million people crossed our border during Biden's regime. 20 million, probably either pregnant, impregnated, or going to be pregnant. The Senate, nobody from the Senate took care of us. Nobody from the Congress took care of us. None of the governor took care of us. I will protect you. Thank you. James W. Shaw for governor.
Thank you. Rachel, your turn.
Rachel Rodriguez for Florida's next governor. And one of the reasons that I'm running, and I understand what the threats are from outside the state, from within the state, I can see them because my mother was a refugee from Cuba. This is not something that's out there that's a hypothetical to me. My husband's from Cuba in 2009. The Bible says to go and be fishers of men. So I went and I fished him. But because of this, I understand, I can see what tyranny looks like. When this all happened, my husband said, I know what this is. You've got the skills. You've got to fight this. And so that's why I'm here. And as I get into Tallahassee, some of the first things I'm going to do is make an executive order to pull all mRNA shots off the market. I've made a pledge to do that. And the courts can fight it if they want, but that's what we're going to do because it kills people. And that's not just COVID. Another thing we need to do is I'm going to make all of the executive agencies, there's, I don't know, maybe 130 to 150. Our Constitution actually limits, there's a bar for executive agencies of 25 only to do the work of the executive. And along with the excluded ones in the Constitution, but that's where the catch-all comes in. So I'm going to ask all of these 80 to 100 agencies that are doing all of these things, these commissions, to tell me in 5 pages or less what they're doing, how they're doing it, why they need that many employees, and we're going to review that. That's one way I'm going to draw down the government and give it back to the people, also in the Florida Constitution. And finally, I want to exemplify as a governor what it means to live in faith and not in fear. That's what we have been doing as a family. And I want to demonstrate that. I want to walk out in front and say, we can do this. The people have the power, the political power, and the moral agency to stand up to evil. Do it with me.
Last one to you.
Last but not least, and Johnny come lately, I was the last guy in the party to throw my hat in. And that was because my son was in Minnesota and he was in the hospital. So we couldn't get back here. We couldn't fly him back. But I'm here now. And if you'll see my card here, you can take a look. My scripture that God gave me is 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves, turn from their wicked ways, and pray, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. Our land needs healing, but it starts with us. You know, leadership is just an invitation for other people to follow. If you like where I'm going with this, my first act as as the governor of the United States. Now, as the governor of Florida would be to invite all of the leaders, political, sheriffs, pastors, fathers, mothers, teachers, to come and repent. Let's turn back to God. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. And so really, I have 20 or 30 initiatives I'd like to do, but if we don't get back to God, God can't help us. We need his help to get this country back on track. And let's start with Florida. All the eyes of the nation are on Florida. Let's show the rest of the United States what it means to come and return back to God. And that is my mission.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
very good. So
Well, thank you very much, everybody.
I want to move on to question and answer period, right?
Yep.
And we do have a couple of questions here. Number one is for you, Bobby. Do you believe if someone's on disability or at full retirement age, they should be able to be free from property taxes?
Well, I believe yes, but I believe everybody should be free from property tax. 100%.
Yeah, good. Okay, I think you kind of answered
Yeah,
that
I answered
too
that earlier, yes.
Yeah. This question is directed to each one of you. What are each of you going to do to not lose any of the policies that Governor DeSantis has put in place? How are you going to enhance this proven agenda going forward? Bobby, I guess we can start with you so that it can just,
Okay. Obviously, I want to keep improving, but obviously there's a lot more improvement. You know what I'm saying? We got developers destroying Florida. Our waterways are being destroyed. Our utility companies are raping and pillaging. Our water utilities are increasing like crazy. That's the reason why we got to replace all the boards, from utility commission, insurance commission, all the way to our water utilities. All this stuff has happened on DeSantis's watch. So we have to replace all these guys that's going to fight for you, we the people. It's something that has to be done, because they'll tell you, everybody talks about even insurance reform, insurance this. They talk about we need a greater market. We need more people in here. Well, if you know anything about New York City just don't create different companies. It's a bunch of companies under one company. They just bring 10 more companies in here and act like they're doing you a favor. And the utility commission is doing nothing about that. They're not looking at it. There's no accountability. There's no nothing, because they're all bought and paid for. So for me, it's continue the good things he's done, but let's fix a lot of things like even our lower education, K through 12, all this stuff that we know the issues, and fix them.
Yeah, my name is Kaneste Sosi, and I'm asking everyone, please, to vote for me for August 18. So in Florida, this is the best state. That's the third largest state in the country. So what we need to do is everything that Governor DeSantis does. I really love what he does. Only thing I don't do, to be honest with you, I don't like what he did with with alligator, what they put in the prison, around the prison. I don't like that. And also, we need to have an immigration reform. Because I'm an immigrant. We need to close the board. But the people that we have here, we need to legalize them because most of them still make money. Because most of them, even though they don't have a paperwork, but they still have money, they still work. So we need to legalize them, make sure they pay their taxes, and then so they can stay in this country. They don't need to go home. But I will keep them here in the state of Florida, and plus to continue the work.
Okay, your time is up. I'm sorry, Suche. Your time is up. Thank you.
Yes, James.
You know, DeSantis set a foundation, but I'm really concerned about the future. I think things are going to change immediately. Put your seatbelt on. I mean, Trump's going to be gone. We know what's going on in Iran. Just recently, you know, the Hormuz in the south has been closed. Now Yemen is closed on the north. I don't know if anybody knows this. Oil's getting choked out. Venezuela only put out 1 million a day. Saudi Arabia was putting out 6 million a day, and they've gone down to nothing. We are in dire straits, and we need a leader to make sure Florida is sovereign. This state is 1,350 miles of peninsula. I'm a logistics expert. We better watch it as far as what's taking place. We better not be arrogant on the world stage. China and Taiwan, Ukraine and Russia and NATO. We got the whole Middle East blowing up. All right. We're going to have to worry about what's happening in the future. We need a governor who's a leader, has some guts and a foresight to see what's going on in the whole world. Thank you.
Rachel.
One of the things I really applaud Governor DeSantis on is, as I said, in 2020 and 2021, he led the way, but it was because the people, the grassroots, told him, hey, we need to reverse course, and he listened. And that is one of the things I will absolutely do as governor, because I would sit in Tallahassee by consent of the governed. And so that is a really important thing, but there is more to do. One of the really critical things I've found is that the Department of Children and Families is in dire straits. Unfortunately, our officials, and I just asked this of a judicial nominee, where do the rights for parents and the responsibilities to their children come from? And she answered, and she's running for a judgeship, she answered from the Constitution. She did not know it comes from God, and the constitutions merely indicate that. So the DCF needs to be reformed. There are abuses there. There needs to be a strong hand to take that in hand. And we need to be very careful about medical freedom. That is an ongoing issue. We need accountability.
Yeah, Daniel.
Question again, please. Question.
Boy, I lost it.
Hold on.
What would you do
Don't
to
start the
continue?
time yet.
What would you do to continue the legacy of Governor DeSantis? What would you do to preserve what he's done and improve upon it?
Thank you. Time. What I would do, first of all, I need to assess everything that he's done. I don't know all that he has done. I couldn't tell you what needs to be preserved, what needs to be nixed, and what needs to go forward. I can't because I haven't seen that, but there's so much good that he has done. I would say what I have seen and what I have heard, those things I think need to continue on. But we also have to assess, is there anything we can do to help the people out? And yes, there is. And, there's so much we can do. One of the things we got to stop in this state, number 3 in the nation, which Chris Gleason mentioned, was we're the number 3 state in trafficking, human trafficking. I would refocus the state patrol from trafficking, controlling traffic to controlling human sex trafficking. That's what I would do with that.
Okay, so Jim, what would you do?
Well, I've been told a lot that if something isn't broken, I should not fix it. So the good things that Governor DeSantis has done, I will absolutely support. But there's one issue that I'm here because Article 4, Section 1. The governor shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. And that has not happened to the best of my knowledge. The courts aren't doing whatever they want to. The appeal courts won't stand up to them. The code of judicial conduct is never being followed. And I think that needs to be fixed.
Okay, so Arthur, what would you do to preserve the legacy?
Well, I've always liked Governor DeSantis, and maybe the next term he might run again, or president. Anyway, I do like Governor DeSantis, and he was doing the property tax thing, and I emailed him, and I gave him a description of how I would do it, and we didn't get further. So he was dealing with the House and Senate, and they were disagreeing with him on what he wanted. But unfortunately, I couldn't describe every single way I want to do it, because who's going to take my ideas? So, but I can definitely tell you the best things. Yep.
Okay, hello. Okay. We have one more question here, and this is a yes or no question, okay? So we're going to run through it pretty quick. Starting with Bobby. Will you push the bill passed by our governor, Ron DeSantis, to allow Christians, chaplains to be involved in school education?
Yes.
Canesti?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Of course.
I'd like to see the bill before I answer.
Yes or no? Okay.
Not without knowing what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fair enough. Go ahead.
Is this just in a Christian school or any school?
It says to allow Christian chaplains to be involved in school education. That's the question.
And those are little kids?
Yes or no?
A
Yes
chaplain
no?
or little kids?
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Folks, I cannot say enough about these brave candidates for stepping up. They really do deserve our appreciation. And we're going to be watching now a video for those who weren't here earlier. Paul Renner could not be here, but he was the only candidate other than these folks all confirmed straight away. Paul Renner told us right up front that there wasn't a way that he would be able to be here. And knowing the background story, I understood that. We had a decision to make. We thought you might, when he offered to do a video just for this debate event, we thought it would be only fair if you were going to hear it, right? So, Hotai, you got it going? Wonderful. Thank you. Let's watch what Mr. Paul Renner has to say.
It's great to join you by video, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. For those that don't know me, I think every candidate should answer two why questions. Why are you running? And in my case, I helped build the free state of Florida, and I don't want to go back and retreat. And secondly, why me and not the other candidates? Very quickly, before we get to our topics, you want a proven leader who's been battle tested. I spent 20 years in the military in 2 wars. I was a former state prosecutor trying habitual and violent habitual offenders. I've started a business, been a partner in a business, and of course, led the Florida House as Speaker, managing about 500 employees. You also want someone who's delivered results, and the governor said those 2 years I led were unmatched, that we got more done for the conservative cause in those 2 years than any other legislature in history. But you know what? We're a victim of our own success today. That's why costs are going through the roof. People can't afford to live here anymore because of the cost of insurance and electric rates. And so affordability will be my day one priority. I have announced in writing my pledge to make sure we make Florida more affordable again. That's in my contract with Florida on voterenner.com. And what are we going to do? Day one, that means right after inaugural, We're going to get after property taxes. I'm the only candidate with a plan to eliminate homestead property taxes, give help to small businesses and renters. We will do that while also reducing insurance costs by 10 to 20% and lowering electric rates. We will not allow utilities simply to get rich based on how much they spend. They'll do well when you do well. No more solar fields. We're going to make sure they deliver the lowest possible cost to your doorstep. And in the meantime, we're going to stop things like hyperscale data centers from coming into our state to drive up electric costs and damage our environment. So in that first special session, right after inaugural, as part of affordability, we're going to put a full moratorium on hyperscale data centers in this state, much as other counties have done. We have to be concerned not just about the electric rates, but the damage to our aquifer, as well as the environmental harm, the noise, the tonal noise that can damage our people and our environment. Number two, we're going to keep Florida safe and make sure we're going after the death penalty and human trafficking. We're also going to make sure that we continue to lead in educational freedom. That means no mandates. We're going to have parental rights, informed consent, making sure parents determine what goes in their children's bodies and how they're counseled when it comes to mental health. That's a parent's role, not a school's role. And when it comes to keeping Florida free, number one on the list, election integrity. We can't have a republic unless we have confidence in our voting system. I was proud to sign the Defend Florida Pledge, and we will get after this issue. It's part of my contract with Florida in the first 100 days to make sure that we have Florida as the gold standard for the nation and the world for free and fair elections. And separately, as we lean into keeping Florida free, we have to push back against the threats, including the red threat of China and the green threat of Islam. You know, I spent 20 years in the military in 2 wars, and they told us we have to fight them abroad so we don't have to fight them here at home, and then we just let them in. Look at Minnesota. Look at what happens every few weeks when someone's murdered, and they downplay where it came from. I understand, because they've told us that they're not compatible with our system, that Islam is not compatible with a constitutional republic and the American way of life. And we have to be honest and steely-eyed about that. I will encourage the federal government to stop immigration from those countries permanently, to denationalize and deport those that commit crimes in our country. And separately, as governor, I will not allow for education dollars to go to teach Sharia law. I will not allow slaughterhouses that violate our health codes. And I will never, ever allow for enclaves like we see in Europe, where boys and girls who grow up for 20 or 30 years in a neighborhood can no longer walk through that neighborhood because they're afraid to walk there. And if they get attacked, the police won't come because they're afraid to come as well. That can never and will never take hold when I'm governor of Florida. And we will make sure to push back against CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood as the terrorist organizations that they are. Those are the 5 topics you have on today's agenda, and I am proud to say that they're all part of my first 100 days in the contract with Florida, which you can see at voterenter.com, and we will get after each and every one of these important topics right out of the gate. I want to say God bless you for listening. I appreciate you allowing me to speak by video. It's time we continue to keep the free state of Florida free, and you need a leader who will lean into the fight. And I always have, and I always will. God bless you.
Okay, and true to his word, Mr. Renner has called in. So let's hear some questions, answers from the audience here for him. Yes. Okay. Now we couldn't figure out how to zoom him in. Okay, so I'm going to hold the microphone up to the phone. Are you still with us, Mr. Renner? Okay. So the first question was, what are your feelings about crypto? What would you do as governor regarding that?
To stay. What I would be opposed to is any form of digital currency that can be, programmed or can control our spending habits. And so from that standpoint, I would be opposed to, and I did oppose when I was speaker, we put in legislation to stop the central bank digital currency concept That kind of thing I would be very strongly opposed to. But if somebody wants to buy Bitcoin and buy something with it, that's fine by me. What I object to is when the government then has a role in it to say that you can only buy things through digital currency. You can't use cash. You can't use other form, gold, silver, other forms of currency. That would I would be opposed to. But buying Bitcoin and buying things through Bitcoin is perfectly fine. But it's programmable stuff that frightens me.
Okay, that answer your question? Okay, Kurt, you have a question.
Yes. Hey, Paul, Kirk Christensen here, Lieutenant Colonel United States Army, retired. You have your property tax program. Can you expound upon that? And also, the counties are fighting back tremendously. Even in Hillsborough, down $685 million in fraud, waste, and abuse, and they don't want to even admit it. So, how are you going to force the counties to get in line to make property tax go away as a reality? Thank you.
The problems with what's on the ballot is we don't have any guardrails. And so what I think is going to happen is the cities and counties are just going to replace one tax we don't like with 20 taxes we don't like. So, and it's part of my property tax proposal as well as my affordability plan that was announced very early on, is that you've got to put guardrails around local government. They need a supermajority vote for any new tax or fee or an existing tax or fee increase. And I think there needs to be a referendum as well, I've called for at the next election, so the voters can just say, no, we're not doing that. I think that needs to be done with the people's input before it becomes effective, and then keep them capped so there'd be an assessment cap that would not ever go above population plus inflation growth, which right now, if you look at it, has gone up substantially faster, 2, 3, 4 times, maybe more than how how our incomes have risen. And so that's the basic problem here, is that it has dramatically increased far, far faster than our incomes, and government should never grow faster than our incomes. Now, on the proposal itself, I eliminate homestead property taxes. We go, it's bolder than even what the governor had proposed, and certainly more than what's on the ballot now, to $1 million homestead exemption. So that's 95% of people. So if your assessed value is less than $1 million, no taxes.
Okay, Mr. Renner, I've got timers here that are holding up that the time is up. We've got hey, Lisa, how much does he have per question? 1 minute per question. So we have another question here for you. No problem. You weren't here for when the rules of the debate were read, so you're forgiven. Hang on for another question here.
Hillsborough County, as you likely know, is ranked #1 in human trafficking reporting. My question to you, Mr. Renner, is what have you done to eradicate human trafficking within the state of Florida?
Well, thank you for the question on human trafficking, and you can certainly look this up on Google and whatnot. The answer is a lot, and I don't have time in a minute to talk about it. But we did quite a lot legislatively in terms of the requirements for higher penalties if you traffic someone. We raised the age in which you can work at an adult, like an adult nightclub kind of deal. A lot of different things, a lot of funding. I had significant funding for FDLE that helped in part to lead to a lot of the arrests that have happened since then, if you've been following the Attorney General. And I also have a plan. That plan has increased funding for both investigators and victims, as well as stiffer penalties. Right now, if you're 12 or under, you can get the death penalty. I think it should be any minor that gets trafficked should get the death penalty. The trafficker, that is. And so we will get after that very significantly. It's also part of my first 100-day agenda.
Wonderful. Good on the timing, too. So now we have one more question here, and then we'll let you go.
Hi, thanks for your time. I just have a quick question with people pretty much throughout the entire country being against data centers. I just had a quick question. I saw looks like a page on Nelson Mullins. Looks like you're part of General Counsel. And there's a statement here saying that the Nelson Mullins law firm helps with industrial knowledge and multidisciplinary legal experience to seamlessly navigate complex transactions from start to finish involving data centers. So are you still General Counsel for them, or do you still push that?
Yeah, I don't get involved with data centers. We've got 100 data centers, but I've been very, very clear, and I think the first one to come out for a full statewide ban on data centers. That's also not part of 100 days. That's the very first day after inaugural on affordability. I want a special session on affordability and a statewide ban on the construction of hyperscale data centers. As you know, we don't have any in Florida yet, but they're trying very hard to bring them in. The firm that I'm with currently is, almost 1,000 lawyers strong, and so I'm not involved in that. I'm a business litigator, but not someone that does work to build data centers.
Okay, just to clarify, we have some people here who believe there are 7 data centers already in the state, but to your knowledge, they are not?
I didn't hear all of that, but to my knowledge, there's about 100 data centers. If you're talking about things that hold your family photos and that type of thing, there's not a single hyperscale data center, and the difference is total apples and oranges. We're talking about 50 Amazon warehouses stacked side by side, massively bigger and very damaging to our aquifer, damaging to our electric grid. They will drive up electricity costs. I have significant concerns environmentally as well. And so for that reason, I want a full halt on all construction statewide.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Renner, from calling in from the Panhandle. We wish you a safe trip back to wherever you're going.
I've got an event coming up here in a few minutes that was scheduled months ago. That's why I couldn't join you.
Yeah, we're well aware. Well, be safe up there. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay, so that completes our debate session. I hope you all enjoyed it. Don't forget, we have the straw poll out there. We'd really like to get an idea of where you're voting. And also, it took a lot of time and energy from the volunteers who put this together. A lot. And so, and there were costs involved with this. And if you enjoyed what you saw today, please help us out. There's a basket where you came in.
Give us,
as a governor state of Florida.
yeah, give us 1 second. be going through.
Please don't shoot those.
All right, let me know when. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. CCN, yes.
Are you
Camden.
Camden?
Yeah.
Gam?
Betting house.
Oh, okay. So, all right, I got all that.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Kathy Chamberlain. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great event today. Can you just tell us a little bit about how you feel it went and why it was so important to do something like this?
Well, I do believe that every candidate, it's courageous for them to step up. And so we should at least give the very least give them all a voice so the voters know who's who. I mean, this nonsense that the top four or top three that the RPOF and the Republican Party select for us. No, we should be able to hear straight from all of the candidates. So we felt as grassroots volunteers, activists out there that if they're not going to do it, we're going to do it.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you've heard from a lot of governor candidates today, but you didn't hear from a few of them. So what is your message to the voters who are trying to figure out who to vote for when they can't hear from all the candidates, but there is those ones that come out for the grassroots events?
Well, you really want to do the way you can tell really is look at the funding. Look at where these candidates are getting their funding from, because this, it's gotten out of control. I mean, when you see Byron Donalds with 68 million, and the next closest one I think is, what, 2 million or something like that. That really puts a big disadvantage, and especially when President Trump gives his endorsement so early, it doesn't really foster democratic means of voting. So, that's pretty much what I think we really need more of is to hear from everybody.
Well, many voters don't vote in the primary. They wait till the general election. But why is it so important for those voters that are watching right now to vote in the primary election this time?
You know what? I can't believe I didn't even say anything about the primary election. It's the most important. So what happens is everybody wants to run for any particular race. And for the governor, look, I showed our flyer to somebody and they said, 11 candidates for governor. And we're like, yeah, people are shocked because they've never even heard of them, right? And so everybody in the governor's race, everybody in the Senate race, and in all the small little local races, all the Republicans that jump into that race can actually run for the primary, right? And the primary, we have a close, so that means that whoever wins, let's just take the governor's race, for example, whoever wins on August 18th is going to go November to challenge the Democrat, which is probably going to be David Jolly. We know that.
And some people think their vote is November, but really you have a voice by choosing who you want to represent the party in August.
Oh God, it's so important, Camden, because if we want to get rid of all the lobbyists and the big money, dark money in politics, then you've got to get rid of the establishment. And the establishment picks the people running in the primary, and they kind of focus all the money on them. Yeah. And so we don't get an opportunity. I mean, I agree with you. That's a really important point.
Well, it starts with things like this and being out here at Grassroots and getting people involved. So last question for you as we go into this primary 3 weeks from now. What is the path to victory for the grassroots candidates to really show up and win these races?
Well, they've already been doing it. I know quite a few grassroots candidates, and they're out there beating the ground every single day and really meeting the people. So I'm really hopeful this time around that it's going to be the people's voices and the hard work, and that the voters, I think the voters are getting really sick of rhinos in Washington, D.C. We see it with John Thune. We see it with, a lot of the politicians up there that are sabotaging all of President Trump's movement forward. So if we want to get rid of the establishment and the rhinos in our local politics, especially, you got to get out on August 18th and vote. That's number one.
Thank you so much, Kathy Chamberlain. Appreciate your time.
much.
Be right back. Awesome.
Wait, let me fix the ice cells.
Yeah, you're fine. Just tell me when. All right, guys, welcome back. We're here with the governor candidate. We talked to you earlier today, but
You did.
that was before the event. So how do you think you did today, first of all?
Well, I think I did quite well. I think I was articulate in what needs to happen for the people of Florida, and that is we need to get back to God. All of our policies won't work until we return to God because righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. And if we do not come, as 2 Chronicles 7:14, come and repent, God cannot heal our land. Our land needs to be healed.
Thank you. How about everyone else in the race? There's a bunch of governor candidates, but what were your thoughts on the other candidates on the stage with you?
Sure. I thought it was unfair that governor candidate Renner got like 10 minutes to share his views and just keep going on and on and on. I thought that was unfair, but life is unfair. But I liked what Bobby had to say. I liked what Rachel had to say. And Jim Shaw, I thought those three other candidates were on pretty good. Jim was, he's more like a New Jersey boss. But anyways, this is Florida, a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I liked a lot what those three candidates had to say.
Well, when it's in the race, do you feel like some of the votes going to get split between them? Because you guys are all on the ballot. So, like, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, what my thoughts on that are that, yeah, there are some people that shouldn't have run. I'm looking at some of them and I'm like, why did you waste your money?
Yeah.
But anyways, but that's the thing about it. We can all run. That's why we have elections. This is not a coronation. Byron Donalds is heir apparent, obviously, And so this is not a coronation. This is an election, but it's being run as a coronation.
Yeah, seems like it. Let's go back a little bit through the day. So there was a Senate debate as well. What were your thoughts on those candidates that went up there? How do you feel the audience reacted and yourself as well included in that?
Well, I think that Mr. Gleason is number one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy is well versed. He knows what he's talking about, and he really likes America. And he's from Boston. He's a Christian, and he's a man of integrity. He's done his homework, and he's done more than the rest of them put together. So Gleason for me, all the way.
Yeah, seemed pretty well figured out between the audience and you guys. You did a great job on up there as well. There was one before that where it wasn't really a debate because there was only one candidate on the stage. So, I mean, how do you feel about some of the candidates not showing up for these debates?
Well, I know you can't show up for everything. I did have to send a video to Daytona because I've got another event in Tampa, a debate in Tampa with about 750 people.
Wow.
And so sometimes you can and you can't, but that's their prerogative. They can do whatever they want, of course. But I don't have much to say. I don't know what their excuse was or whatever, but when you're the only one there and you have nobody else, you've got a great time to make your points. So I wish nobody would show up and I would just show up the only guy. I'm like, give me more time.
Right. Well, it takes a lot for just to run. So I respect you and the courage to run. It was amazing and good to see you guys up there. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Where can the voters find you if they want to support your campaign?
Well, if you can look at me up at Nokovich for Governor. That's Nokovich FOR Governor .com, just .com.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Governor.com.
Appreciate that.
Pulling out his card.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for our coverage here. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon at more events. The primary is just weeks away, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Follow us on Coastal Conservative News because we're going to keep you up to date right here. I'm Camden Bettinghouse, and this has been our coverage in Manatee